Okay, we are going to get started. Is my microphone on? Hello? Hello? There it is. Okay, today's Tuesday, January 9th, 2024. It's Council's work session. Happy New Year, everyone. Our first public council meeting of the year. And I am calling this meeting to order and giving notice that at this work session, we, the City Council, may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion and consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Harris, are you online? Councilmember House?
Here.
Councilmember Matthews?
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Here.
Councilmember Sweet? Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It would be my pleasure. Stand if you're able.
Councilmember House, would you read our mission statement?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Councilmember Sweet, would you read our land acknowledgement?
Thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by Native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. All right, we're moving down to public participation, which is the public's opportunity to address the council on items that are not on the prepared agenda. We have public participation on our agenda twice, now and at the end of our meeting. You have 3 minutes, and there is a little clock up here. And we have one public participation card tonight, and that is from Jill Stevenson.
Thank you. Greetings, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I hope you all had a restful holiday time and are ready to work hard because this is going to be an incredibly challenging year. I'm Jill Stevenson, and I'm a volunteer with Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance, NASCA. One of our top goals this year is to encourage fleet electrification. Fleet electrification is the process of replacing fleets of traditional gasoline-powered or diesel-powered vehicles with zero-emission electric vehicles. Transitioning to an electrified vehicle fleet offers substantial benefits, including improved air quality and long-term cost savings. By reducing reliance on fossil fuels, the city can enjoy a cleaner, healthier environment and lower maintenance costs, contributing to the global effort against climate change and the pursuit of net zero emissions. It is critical that we transition to electric vehicles as quickly as possible to mitigate the rapidly worsening effects of climate change and meet critical global emission reduction targets. And of course, the city's target is net zero by 2030, and that's only 6 years away. 2,300 Arizona residents have signed Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance's petition in support of fleet electrification. 2,300 people. Additionally, a 2023 poll by the American Lung Association shows that the majority of Arizona voters support implementing policies that encourage a transition to zero-emission vehicles. And there is poll data available at lung.org. So how can the city electrify its fleet? Well, we can continue to develop a comprehensive plan outlining the city's transition to electric fleet vehicles. That was fleet vehicles, not feet. Prioritize purchasing electric vehicles for new city vehicle acquisitions. I understand several other agencies are mandating that now. Apply for federal grants which support local fleet electrification efforts. And NASCA has a list of grants that we will gladly share. In fact, I think we have shared some with your sustainability department. Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance would like to offer our support and assistance. Our network, over 10,000 members strong, is ready and willing to support the city. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving down to item number 5, review of draft agenda for the January 16th, 2024 City Council meeting. Council, do you have any questions or comments on the draft agenda? All right, we are going to move down to item number 6, proclamation for Human Trafficking Awareness Month. And if our guests would come up here and council come down there. And then I'll invite you to say, someone to say a few words after this, if you'd like. Okay. Arizona's geographic location and network of freeways make it a hub for illicit activity. The same economic forces that fuel tourism in Arizona also support sex trafficking. Warm weather, multiple interstate highways, proximity to the border, short drive to Las Vegas or San Diego, major conference destination, and it is home to many professional sporting events. According to the U.S. State Department, Arizona is a main destination and transit point for labor and sex trafficking from within the U.S. and multiple regions of the world. The biggest misconception is that trafficking is something that happens overseas. Local and federal law enforcement has indicated that sex trafficking is happening in Arizona at an alarming rate. The income potential and the use of technology are reasons why the crime is prevalent. Currently, sex trafficking is estimated to be a $12 billion per year industry. Profit from sex trafficking is a billion-dollar business, second only to illegal arms trafficking and the illicit drug trade. Sex trafficking is a high-profit, low-risk business where the commodity can be sold repeatedly, unlike drugs or weapons where the product can only be sold one time. For any business to survive, it requires supply and demand. There appears to be a growing demand fueled by easy access through the internet and a ready supply of both adults and underage youth that are constantly being recruited and exploited. In the past 4 years, agencies in the Flagstaff community have come into contact with nearly 500 adult and 40 youth victims. Flagstaff Initiative Against Trafficking, or FIAT, is a community collective of professional service providers and volunteers who want to end human trafficking. The goals of FIAT are to construct a unified response for trafficking victims and survivors to get out of the life safely, educate, and to bring awareness to our community on human trafficking in order to drive down demand and to collect data to determine the true impact of human trafficking in Flagstaff. Now, therefore, I, Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim January 2024 as Flagstaff Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Kate. I'm the founder of the Flagstaff Initiative Against Trafficking, and we have Michelle Rucker, who is now the Director of Human Trafficking Services with Northland Family Help Center. And we would just like to thank you all as the city, in addition to the Deputy City Manager and Chief Musselman, for participating in our C-City, which stands for Cities Empowered Against Sexual Exploitation. At this point, the city has about 44% of the city has participated in this anti-human trafficking training. The goal would be to 75% trained, and at that point, the city will be considered a C-City. And so, again, just want to thank all of the city members for participating in that, and would love to encourage any city employees who haven't participated in that to partake in that. We would also like to share that currently there is a display case at the library downtown with some information on human trafficking and just showcasing some of Fiat's work over the past 6 years or so. We also have a fundraiser tonight at Mother Road, so if anybody needs a tower station after the meeting tonight, you can pop on down, and some of those proceeds will go directly to our work in the community. And then we have a stakeholder meeting on January 22nd at the Flagstaff Police Department in the Leaf Room from 2:30 to 4, and we would love any community members who want to participate in that to come. If you're interested in participating in that, you can always reach out to us at Northland to get more information or to have that added to your calendar. So thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, moving down to item number 7, commission update. We will be receiving an update from the Open Space Commission.
Good afternoon, excuse me, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Wilson, and I'm the current chair of the Open Spaces Commission. And assisting me is Robert Wallace, the Open Space Supervisor. And in attendance, we have 4 of the current other commission members here. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of the commission and to provide an update to City Council. In the next few slides, we will be providing a short update on recent accomplishments and future priorities. We will cover the Commission's authority, its history, recent accomplishments, some current and ongoing projects, future projects, and we'll make some recommendations to Council concerning open space. The mission of the Open Space Commission is to advocate and support the development of the Flagstaff open space system while preserving current Flagstaff open space and providing equitable recreation opportunities and educational experiences. While open space and parks and recreation both reside under the PROS division, they have very different priorities and goals. The primary difference is that open space is managed for passive recreation and parks and recreation managed more for active recreation. Another thing to note is that the Flagstaff Urban Trail System is managed within the Parks and Recreation as far as maintenance is concerned. Authority for the Commission comes from Ordinance 2003-03, which was adopted in February of 2003, and the Flagstaff City Code. The duties of the Commission are spelled out in the City Code. Part A states that it shall be the Commission's duty to advise the City Council on acquisition, preservation, and alternatives for open space land management. And the other points within the City Code speak to various aspects of data gathering, taking public input, and informing, advising, and assisting in all things open space. It's important to note that the Commission has evolved over time. It was created as an acknowledgement to the interest and concern for open spaces by the Flagstaff community, and still enjoys continued support for its positive impact and responsiveness to the community. The City of Flagstaff Open Space Program was founded in 1998 as an outgrowth of the Flagstaff Area Open Space and Greenways Plan. This plan was a memorandum of understanding between the city, the Forest Service, the Park Service, and the county. The Open Space Commission itself was created in 2003. And in 2004, Flagstaff voters approved 2 open space bond initiatives, and these funds were leveraged against 2 growing Smarter grants from Arizona State Parks, which enabled the acquisition of the Picture Canyon Cultural Preserve in 2012 and Observatory Mesa Natural Area in 2013, in all totaling about 2,750 acres. In 2015, City Council approved an open space position, which was made permanent in 2018. And in 2023, City Council approved a second open space position. And also in 2023, the City Council approved a 1-year grant-funded position for open space. These positions were and are an important step to ensure that Flagstaff has the ability to acquire, restore, and maintain properties that have significant natural, cultural, and aesthetic features, which promotes Flagstaff's quality of life and provides opportunities for natural outdoor recreation and education. The Open Space Commission recently completed an updated strategic plan in June of 2023. And in this document, 2 main goals for the Commission were identified. Goal 1 was to assist in bringing about an expanded, integrated open space system through acquisitions and by recognizing and capitalizing on opportunities that become available while continuing to protect the current open space properties. And Goal 2 is to realize sustainable long-term funding for the Flagstaff open space system. Open space has a positive and an important impact to several aspects of the community. Over and over again, surveys and public comments state that community character is extremely important for Flagstaff residents and visitors alike. Case in point, recently the workshops held for the Regional Plan 2045 captured 3 summarized points important to the community, and one of which was that land protection of federal, state, and open space is a coveted resource and what makes Flagstaff attractive. Also, many travel and informational websites that talk about Flagstaff emphasize its natural environment, including Discover Flagstaff, that under the section on outdoors and nature states that Flagstaff is a year-round haven for outdoor enthusiasts and a playground for those that are young at heart, boasting breathtaking scenery and a wealth of distinctive opportunities to explore nature. Rediscover America with an article that was titled Reconnecting with Nature in Flagstaff, Arizona. And Visit Arizona, when speaking to outdoor recreation, states that Flagstaff is an outdoor playground with plenty of trails and parks. Having open space and trails will also bring an economic benefit to the city. Studies show that on average, open space lands required much less expenditures to maintain than they generate in revenue. Economic benefits are gained when people move to Flagstaff because of the nearby outdoor recreation accessibility and scenic qualities. A study done by the University of Arizona in 2020 found that an estimated 59% of Arizona's adult population, which is over 3 million, engaged in non-motorized trail usage, with an estimated midpoint value derived from this usage of $8.3 billion. Open space also has values in terms of equity. It brings together people across social, economic, and racial divides. It has a positive effect on health, and it provides recreational educational opportunities for underprivileged youth. The Open Space Commission is trying to achieve these beneficial outcomes for the community, and they are the maintenance of open space properties to provide passive recreational opportunities, creating a goal to have a maximum of a 10-minute walk to open space for all residents, and providing equal opportunities for access through equal distribution of open space throughout the city. It's important to understand what we mean by certain terms when looking at the vision for open space. There are regional preserves, and these are existing legally designated open space hubs that are essential to building an integrated system. There are also connectors, and these are links to open space regional preserves, and an example of such would be the Foots, but can also include washes, hillsides, floodplains, and etc. And we have complementary open space. These parcels add to the user experience and provide additional value to the integrated system, such as buffers, view sheds, transit, and neighborhoods. This slide shows the existing regional preserves. Shown are the legally designated open spaces of Observatory Mesa Natural Area, McMillan Mesa Natural Area, and Picture Canyon Natural and Cultural Preserve. Also shown on the slide are Fort Tuthill and Buffalo Park in a lighter green. This slide also shows in stark detail the complete lack of a regional preserve in the southeastern portion of the city. An interesting note here is that there are state lands within the city limits in that area. And as a commission, we feel that it is very important to provide access to the east and southeast in response to Flagstaff expansion in that area. And because one of our priorities is to provide for equal opportunities for access to natural areas through equal distribution of the open space in the city. The vision of the Open Space Commission is to create a connected system of open lands that supports passive recreation, protects the natural environment and ecosystem, and enhancing Flagstaff's quality of life for all. This slide shows what a connected system would look like, including the southeast quadrant, which currently is a big missing piece of the system puzzle. Now, this slide is a bit of an eye chart, but should be familiar to most. It nicely shows how Open Space Commission goals align with many of the priority-based budgeting priorities and objectives for the city of Flagstaff. I think it's worth noting that 18 of the priorities and objectives are touched by open space and goes across all categories. Funding of open space management supports City Council goals related to preserving natural resources and increasing accessibility to parks and recreation facilities. In addition, open space also supports items like the regional plan goals for environmental planning and conservation, goals such as integrating available science into policies governing the use and conservation of Flagstaff's natural resources, preserving dark skies as an unspoiled natural resource, protect, restore, and improve ecosystem health, and maintain native plant and animal community diversity, giving special consideration to environmentally sensitive lands in the development, design, and review process, maintaining areas of natural quiet and reduce noise pollution, protecting soils through conservation practices. Also, open space supports goals within the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, such as protecting existing forests, resources, and meaningful open spaces, supporting proactive engagement with the community, and protecting natural area and ecosystem services that are most vulnerable to the impacts of increased visitation and climate change. To sum up these points, we feel that open space is an integral voice in the conversation regarding the direction that Flagstaff will take in the future. A few of the recent accomplishments of the Open Space Commission include completion of an updated strategic plan for the Commission, the rezoning of McMillan Mesa to legally designated open space, the prioritization of properties for the open space system, and we've received several grants, one from the Department of Forestry and Fire Management, and two from Arizona State Parks and Trails. The current focus of the Commission includes an Observatory Mesa Natural Trail Plan recommendation. This plan provides recreation, supports better management, and helps to protect the resource. The last public comment period received 300 participants and over 2,000 comments. And we are currently working on a revised trail plan based on the comments received and plan on hosting a third public outreach meeting prior to presenting the plan to City Council. We're making continuous progress towards the open space system and a 10-minute or walking or quarter-mile access time. And to that end, the Commission has identified top priorities for the remaining 2004 bond funds. We are very concerned generally with open space preservation along John Wesley Powell corridor. And specifically, we've made recommendations to staff on John Wesley Powell and the Hoffman Tank locations. In addition, we've made recommendations for Continental Park and Fort Tuthill connections. As a Commission, some of the things that we're looking to accomplish is to partner with pros on the development of a master plan that will articulate the open space system vision, to review projects and proposals that affect open space properties, pursue updates to the Flagstaff City Code to support open space preservation, and continue progress towards establishing an interconnected system, such as areas south of I-40, parcels that contribute to a greenway along the Rio de Flag, those that provide a buffer to the foots, and those parcels that bring extra value to and provide connections between existing parks, open space, and the foot segments. We want to examine funding possibilities, such as an allocation of the BBB funds for open space, future bond measures, or other sources as they might be identified. All the projects just mentioned above, they're intended to positively impact the community. So for the open space vision to move forward, the Open Space Commission needs council support by considering open space when you're reviewing developments and rezoning requests, to collaborate with open space to secure sustainable funding to preserve, manage, and maintain the current open space, and work with partners when available to implement the vision of an open space system. In conclusion, I would like to end by saying that the efforts of the Open Space Commission are focused around three concepts: to protect, restore, and maintain open space, growing, linking, and providing access to those lands, achieving sustainable long-term financial viability. Our efforts are providing residents with better access, working towards conserving resources, and creating opportunities for health, education, travel corridors, and economic stimulation. We are committed to representing the community on the values around open space and look forward to working with the City Council to implement a solution to secure funding outside of the general fund that helps achieve equal opportunities for all Flagstaff residents. I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mike. Council, do we have any questions, comments? Councilmember House.
Well, thank you both very much for the presentation. I used to serve as the council liaison to the Open Space Commission, and I gave it up willingly to Councilmember Harris, but also very much had to be pried away from me because I just love what you guys do. I did have a question on if the strategic plan that you all came up with is published or if it's available to see anywhere at this point, or is that in the works?
Currently, it's an internal document, but that is something that if the commission wants to consider, we can publish that on our website.
Yep.
And then just in terms of the considerations for, development and zoning changes and things like that, what is your vision now of how we can best collaborate with the Open Space Commission on those sorts of considerations?
I think that we are working on developing a master plan with parks, recreation, events, and we hope to identify like some maps that show the significant areas that we are looking at for open space. And so we will share that with City Council when appropriate, and also with community development. And so they can be familiar with the lands that we are interested in to help complete the open space system and come to the Open Space Commission as needed.
Thank you.
Council, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Robert. I'll be brief. I just wanted to put my support and weight behind your initiative to create more open space in the southeast of Flagstaff, and the interconnectivity is very important to me as well. I remember this 4 years ago when I was the council liaison for open space. This was a topic that was a priority for the Open Space Commission, and I appreciate that after so many years, and I'm sure some changing the guard within the commission, that priority remains intact. I wanted to mention one thing, and then I do have a question for you regarding that. I didn't see a lot in here about wildlife corridors, and just a suggestion for you to integrate the functionality and the amenity of wildlife corridors into some of your talking points in your narrative. This is something I'm going to bring up during our legislative priority conversation as well, and it's a topic that I've raised as a Metro Plan board member. I don't think wildlife is our primary objective or consideration when we're talking about all of these things and how they interrelate, but it is an additional amenity that is provided, and that talking point should be brought up as often as possible. So just a suggestion for you, and you're welcome to react to that when you answer my other question, which is if you could just explain a little bit more how the Open Space Commission has been involved in the regional planning process that we're getting heavily underway now, and what your plans are to lean into that and put some significant weight or your thumb on the scale, so to speak, as that regional plan process bears out.
Well, I'll answer your first part of the question, and that is, as we're looking at the Observatory Mesa plan that we're working on now, the wildlife corridors is a topic of conversation, and that is part of the discussion. So it's not something that we've overlooked or aren't considering, but it is specifically in that while looking at the new management plan for Observatory Mesa.
Thanks, Commissioner. We also have been working with staff that have been working on the regional plan revisions. They have come and done 2 presentations for the Open Spaces Commission. And the commission has been invited to be a part of the review process. They will be discussing that actually at their January meeting and designating certain commissioners to provide feedback during this next window.
Council? Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say on a personal note that I consider the open spaces around town to be one of the major reasons that I love living here. And I use those places, so I think that's great. To kind of back up what Mr. Aslan said, I think corridors and interconnectivity is a really important thing that we've maybe not focused on as much as we could have. I was really encouraged to see that that's part of your recommendation to council, both for wildlife and for recreationists around town. And then I probably should have known this before, but I didn't, but I see that you have a representative from the P&Z Commission. I think that's great. I think the urban trails and other open space can be a real important part of new projects. And oftentimes, if we work with the developer early on, they're willing and able to maybe set aside some land, which actually increases the value of their projects. So I think that's really important. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. My questions were answered, so I'm just going to do a brief thank you. I appreciate your hard work on everything you do for our community, and I do believe that this commission and what you do enhances our community character. It's part of the reason why I live here. I enjoy our open space almost daily, and I look forward to seeing what we can do for the future. And I agree with my colleagues that we're on the right track, it looks like, and I appreciate you steering the boat the right way. Thank you.
And I, too, want to add my thanks. I'm a longtime supporter of open space, and I wish that we would have had staff back in the day when we were campaigning to protect those large pieces of state trust land. And I was so proud to be a part of that campaign, as well as a campaign in Coconino County to protect open space. I think it is a benefit to our community for so many reasons. And one particular reason that I want to ask you more about is outdoor education and how you're one person, and I know you have a lot of partnerships, but how are we able to provide outdoor education opportunities, and what do you have planned for the future?
We actually do have Sarah Holditch. She's our educational coordinator for open space here tonight. She is employed with a 1-year grant opportunity that's funded through Arizona State Parks. We just reapplied for the Heritage Grant a second go around and got funded for that, and that will come to the council for a future resolution very soon. And we are going to fund that for another 2 years. We do not have funding to continue that educational program afterwards, so we will be likely approaching the budget team to look for continuing that position.
Thank you. And budget team, who's listening, I think that outdoor education is very, very important. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for your support.
Okay, we are moving down to item number 8, discussion on 2024 state and federal legislative priorities. Hello, Sarah, Sean, and I'm guessing we have Brian on. Oh, hi, Bob. And do we have Brian online as well?
Yes.
When we get to state? Okay. All right, take it away.
Yep, there's Brian as well. Great. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us all here tonight. It's that time of year again, so we're here to discuss our legislative priorities for the 2024 calendar year and upcoming session. Just some quick introductions first. The legislative team at the city is made up of myself, Sean Johnson, who's the Chief of Staff to the Mayor and Council, and then we have our federal lobbyist, Bob Holmes, with Nexus Consulting, and our state lobbyist, Brian Murray, with Cornerstone Public Affairs. So before we get into the documents and the different priorities, just wanted to give you a quick overview of the legislative program and what you can expect over the next several months. So our program is really centered around the priorities that we will discuss here tonight or this afternoon. These priorities really signal to staff and to our lobbyists what we should be focusing on and what are the key issues for you as a council. Important to note that, of course, there's a lot of interesting topics, but we can't focus on everything. So we really need to be succinct with our priorities and be able to communicate them quickly and easily to our state and federal representatives. Ideally, the priorities should be strategic and centered around areas that we think our legislators are interested in or that we think there'll be some movement on in the coming session. And these priorities also allow us to anticipate your position, especially on state bills, which can come up and start moving very quickly. If something is in the legislative priorities, then we can say, okay, we're pretty sure the council is either in support or opposition of that. If something comes up outside of your priorities that we think is relevant, we'll of course come back to you and get your opinion. So throughout the session, you'll receive regular email updates from both Bob and Brian. And then we're also starting to plan our lobbying trips to DC and then hopefully several trips down to Phoenix this year as relevant bills start moving through the process. So that's a quick overview. Let's go ahead and dive into our priorities. We're going to start with our federal priorities this time. And I know the font's a little bit small, so feel free to ask me to zoom in if you want to read anything in particular. I'll provide a quick overview of what's on the screen, and then I'll turn it back to you to ask any questions. And of course, Bob is here to help our discussions as well. So a lot of these will probably look familiar to you. We, of course, have the Rio to Flag flood control project. Delivering that project remains top of mind for the city, so that remains top of the list as well. And then we have, of course, forest health remains a big topic for us. Our fire department does an amazing job delivering those thinning projects and prescribed burns. So we want to make sure that they have the funding and also the skilled workforce that they need to be able to carry out those projects. Flood and fire insurance, this is a new one that we added to the list this year for your consideration. We continue to hear that flood insurance premiums are very high for Flagstaff residents, especially under the new FEMA 2.0 rating system. So we've added that. We're also starting to hear a similar trend for fire insurance, that it's becoming expensive and sometimes out of reach for residents. So lobbying for both affordable and accessible coverage for both fire and flooding. Within the transportation and infrastructure section, this really hasn't changed much. We continue to go after those federal grant dollars, with our regional partners. We've already seen quite a bit of success in the past couple months. You've all probably heard about the $9 million grant for the Butler Avenue Complete Streets project. So we just want to keep that going and keep those grant dollars rolling in. And then apart from transportation funding, we also have a focus on funding for water and stormwater infrastructure, rural broadband, and funding for the snow removal equipment building out at the airport. That building does have some funding set aside, but we need a bit more. So that remains on the list as well. Moving over to the second page, we of course have a large focus on the environment and climate change. We asked Nicole Antonopoulos, your sustainability director, to provide us some updated language. So that's what you see on the screen. That includes what Nicole thought would be critical to focus on this year. And then lastly, we have our community infrastructure section, which focuses on the topics of affordable housing, immigration reform, and veterans. So that's a quick overview. Mayor, I'll pass it back to you for council discussion.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And council, do we have questions, comments? Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Sarah, on these legislative priorities, I just have like a housekeeping question, just on the language. You know, some of these priorities say promote, advocate for, pursue. You know, that goes in line with what we want our lobbyists to go pursue, advocate for. I'm just for my own clarity in my mind, why are we using words like utilize funding?
Yeah, so I think, for example, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, that was a piece of legislation that kind of funded a lot of different grant programs. So if we can utilize that funding, it means that we have been awarded a grant. And a lot of times that takes some, lobbying from Bob or Brian, and a lot of work from our staff. So really that just means promoting our grant applications, and requests for funding that we would put together, whether it be through grants or appropriations.
Okay, that makes sense. It was just confusing to me. So
sure.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Sarah, I read these over and studied them in quite a bit of detail, and I have one suggested change. So I want to go to the environment heading, climate change. The first sentence says, support legislation and funding to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the community scale, etc. I would think it would be good if we could say at the community and national scale. Guess basically what I'm getting at here is, yes, Flagstaff has taken on the goal to do our part in climate change reduction, but we also need to encourage our national leaders to take the lead on a worldwide basis. So just adding the word national and to community scale. That's my only suggested edit. A good job on this, incidentally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We can get that added.
Councilmember House, then Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sarah, for the presentation so far. I just had a question in terms of the priority for affordable housing. Is there room, do you foresee, to have conversations or to look at some of the historic impacts of the housing choice voucher, rent determinations and things like that? I know it's been a major challenge for communities like Flagstaff that are kind of put at a disadvantage in terms of that fair market rent scale because of how large the county is or the different smaller towns that we're incorporated into. And it seems like there should be some opportunities for us to engage in that conversation at the federal level to encourage either re-examining how those standards are done or just the process for re-evaluating like a locality. At the same time, also just opportunities for us to engage in some of those federal conversations about the unique placement of Flagstaff. I know it often comes up in conversations with the housing team, how we are too big to be small, too small to be big, and we fall in that kind of middle space of not qualifying for both state and federal funds. So if there's a way for us to really talk about the work that we've been doing to try and access some of the programs that are coming down from the federal level to support our goals for attainable and affordable housing. I think that would be really meaningful going into this year to show that we're trying to advance that, but we're in this weird place.
Definitely. Thank you, Councilmember House, for bringing that up. I believe we've had that discussion during some previous lobbying trips, and it's appeared in our packet, but I think it's an excellent idea to include it in our priorities as well. I was actually just chatting with Sarah Dar before we walked in, and she had another suggestion. Don't quote me, I think it was the median income tax credit that she would like to see included here as well. So if it's all right with you guys, we'll probably add a few things to our affordable housing language and send it out to you by email so you can take a look before next week when we approve the final version. I don't know if Bob has anything else to add on the topic. But.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah, and thanks for the question, Councilmember House. I think it's a really good point. Fair market rents, Flagstaff doesn't do particularly well because, as you pointed out, we're grouped with other smaller cities that have much lower fair market rents. We have worked closely with HUD for a number of years, and Sarah Dar, that is, has been very instrumental in getting us some information. We've actually had HUD visit with the mayor and council. We still continue to work with them. It's still a challenge, and they still lump us in with some of those smaller communities. But I think it's an important thing to continue to work on. I also want to be clear that these priorities they're ever evolving, and so they're really broad in nature, and they're more of a value statement than anything else. So I think what we were trying to do with affordable housing is just keep it really flexible because there are lots of challenges. So I do appreciate you raising the fair market rents, and I think we need to hone in on that a little bit more. So I appreciate that.
Councilmember Harris, then Vice Mayor, then Councilmember Sweet.
Hi, team, and thank you so much for your presentation. It's amazing. I'm glad to see the items that are on here, and I'm particularly glad to see the one regarding fire and flood insurance. And so what I want to do is just give you a little bit of information. So I don't have a question, it's more of a comment. Oftentimes when we go to lobby anyone, whether that's our legislators or other people, it's nice to be able to bring along stories. And so I want to share a brief story with you about some residents. I happen to serve as a volunteer executive director at the Southside Community Association. And that association is in the South Side, which you probably know is in the floodplain, okay? And so I'm assuming you all are aware of that. Yes, okay. And about a year or two ago, when we were having some flooding and people were being advised to buy flood insurance, and we had a neighborhood meeting, and several people came to that meeting, and what they said was that my kids have been helping me to save money to put a roof on our family home that we have lived in for 40, 50 years. But now I have to buy flood insurance because it's getting worse. And so now I have to choose between flood insurance and my roof. And so I just want you to hear that, because this is about real people. These are things that affect real people every day in our city and in our community. And so I just want, not that you all don't know that, but sometimes it's just nice to be able to share those kinds of stories with the people we're lobbying. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. That's a really impactful story, and we've also heard from a lot of folks that it would be helpful to be able to pay for flood insurance in installments like you do for regular homeowners insurance, instead of having to come up with a huge chunk of money all at once, which is really unfeasible for a lot of folks. So thanks for that, and hopefully also the progress with the Rio to Flag will help with that as well.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Sarah, and good evening, Bob, over there in Washington. Looking forward to collaborating with you this year. I like everything I see here. I do have just a couple suggested inserts and maybe a discussion about one potential downgrade in particular. I think this is my sixth go at helping to craft legislative priorities. So I recognize that a lot of the language in here is something I've been supportive of over the years, and the current evolution of the language definitely reflects a lot of the vision I have over time. So of course I'm very much in support of almost everything in here. I mentioned wildlife corridors earlier. I do think a little bit of language around that should be put in here. I don't know if it's more appropriate for the environment section or the transportation section. One of the reasons why I think it's strategic for us to mention this out loud is I happen to know, and Bob, maybe you can corroborate this, Secretary Buttigieg has a particular inclination towards wildlife corridors. He's mentioned several times himself that it's a pet priority of his. And I think there are some opportunities out here in northern Arizona for us to take advantage of some of those dollars that are available and maybe leverage that even further. Again, wildlife corridors are really less about protecting wildlife and more about a holistic approach towards open space and connectivity and those opportunities for wildlife to freely move are important for gene flow. They're important for hunting. It's important for general environmental health. So just some wording in there that allows us to take advantage of that. You know, I recognize this is mostly just a cheat sheet for you guys to use. You can reference it quickly if there's an opportunity you want to take advantage of, or if there's something in particular that is being debated within the office. So, you know, I don't want to overemphasize that. The other thing I thought gets a little too little of a mention is multimodality. It's in there. I feel like this council is supportive of sort of a pretty grand vision and a strong push towards multimodality. Vehicle miles traveled changes, big shift policies. So maybe just a little bit more of an emphasis on that. Let's tackle those dollars everywhere we can. We see what's happening in Butler. Her mayor got a phone call from previously mentioned Secretary Buttigieg about some great news there. Let's keep building on that and taking advantage of those dollars wherever we can. I'd like to see a little bit stronger language there. And then one thing to consider, maybe downgrading, and this is something I like. I like everything on here. I don't necessarily want to get rid of it, but this is a priorities list, and I could add 20 more things to it myself. We try to be picky with this document. And I know that rural broadband was a particular focus of our previous mayor. I think that was great. I'm glad he was a champion of that. I just wanted to raise this, pull this out for discussion amongst the seven of us. That champion is no longer here, and I wonder if it has the same level of support that it did in previous councils. So just a thought for us to consider, and I'll leave it there. I look forward to speaking more with Brian during the state conversation soon.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. Thank you for the information tonight. And I had a question on the snow removal equipment building, what we're short in the funding. I'm glad to see that it's in here. I think, you know, I went out, I toured the current facility, I looked at the new equipment, and I feel like we've invested so much in that, and now we need the building to keep everything working in good condition. So wondering on that.
Correct. Stacy BK is here today, and I think she can provide us some more information on that. Thank you.
You were ready for me.
No, I was not. No, Stacy Reckonegs, Emergency Management Director, Grants and Contracts. So we're going to, there's, right now, the project's worth, the total project cost about $24 million, a little over $24 million. We've received one grant, AIP 51, which is Airport Improvement Program, received about $4 million. We're going to get a second grant for, I want to say, another 3 to 4 from the bill, IIJA bill legislation. So that'll get us up to about $7 million. So we are short then now discretionary of about $15 million. So that is one of 3 grants. They're going to come in 3 different grants. We've received one and approved it by council. Number 2 should be showing up soon, and we need the $15 million to be whole.
Thank you. I'm glad to see that this is currently in our priorities. I think it's very important. With that being said, I am in line with the other items mentioned, and thank you for putting this together. Thanks.
And Councilmember Sweet, thank you for the question, because I just want to iterate that, we can receive these other two in the airport improvement program entitlement funds and the bill funds that have been secured, but we cannot finish the project without that discretionary. We need all of it. And so we're strategically working with the FAA regional office. I know Bob's been very involved in it to get this discretionary funding.
Thank you, and I'm looking at you, Bob. Let's get this done.
Now, Stacy and her team have done a great job, Councilmember Sweet, and we'll continue to press that. And that's going to be a priority when you guys visit DC again, is to go visit with FAA and make sure that they're aware that this is that we need the entire funding in order to construct this project. So thank you.
I have a couple of things. When we do come to lobby, when we set those dates, I think it would be good for us to come with some stories regarding insurance specifically, because we are hearing some pretty acute problems with not only affording insurance, but being able to get insurance. So I want to make sure that we keep that on our radar. And last year when we lobbied, we talked about a regional fire training facility. Is that still on our radar?
I'll have to check in with Neil Chapman and Paul Oltrogi on that, unless Chief Gaylord happens to be online. But if not, we'll definitely get back to you on that.
Great, thank you. And also, there was a big push for broadband. Are you seeing, Bob, are you still seeing that push and that effort going into rural broadband?
Mayor, yes, there is still a push for broadband, but what they have done, and I'm glad we have Brian on the line because he'll be able to better answer. A lot of that money has been passed through to the state. So in particular, the Arizona Commerce Agency, and they are controlling most of the money. I think they've got about $1 billion. They've funneled a lot of that out. So the federal government is really using that money to pass through to the states.
Thank you. So in terms of continuing to advocate for it, I do think from an equity point that broadband is important to continue advocating for. I don't know that we do have the advocate on council that we had, but I for one still support anywhere that we can get additional dollars and we can help, even if it's supporting a bill that's going to help some of our more rural partners around northern Arizona. It's important for equity and for economic development. So that's what I would say about that. And we have some public commenters, and I'm going to wait to take your comments until after our state lobbying priorities, because I don't know which priorities you want to speak to. Maybe you want to speak to them all. So, Vice Mayor.
To react to your comment, Mayor, I think that's fine. I wonder if, just for house cleaning purposes, to free up some space for other federal legislative priorities, maybe the way we parse this is that it remains a state priority based off of what Bob told us, but we kick it off of the federal priority list and free up a parking spot for something else that we want to prioritize heavily. Maybe we identify that down the road. Again, just a thought. I don't have strong feelings about it other than to say that I also think it's an equity issue and that we should keep pursuing it. Just in terms of our priorities, it seems like a way to do a little bit of house cleaning.
And Vice Mayor, I may just add, I know that CJ Perry, our IT director, pays a very close eye to this topic and is regularly applying for those state level grants. So it's definitely on his radar.
All right, I don't see any additional questions or comments from council, so if you want to move on to state priorities.
Excellent. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian Murray, who has a brief presentation for us tonight about what we can expect this year at the state legislature.
Thank you, Sarah. I just thought it would be good to level set since I've not done this with you as a council before, but to give you an understanding very briefly as to where the state legislature is. So, Sarah, if you want to go to the second slide. Hyperpartisan doesn't really begin to describe what's happening in the halls of the state legislature. As you know, the Republicans have one-seat majorities in both bodies, but a lot of the decisions are determined by the Freedom Caucus and their membership within the Republican Party. And so similar to previous Congresses, the leadership teams in both bodies have enacted a majority of the majority standard for bringing bills to the floor. So that means if you don't have a majority of Republicans, no bill will actually come to the floor. And so I think we saw maybe 6 or 7 Democrat bills make it out last year, but they're very, very small. And as we saw yesterday during the governor's State of the State, Senator Kern actually stood up and faced his back to the governor in the middle of her speech. And I think that just kind of typifies the level of vitriol we'll see this coming session. Although leadership has said that they're hoping to work in a more collaborative nature with the governor. I guess that remains to be seen since today is only the second day. Sarah, if you want to go to the next slide. So unlike Bob, who can work a bill for years upon years and the same thing, we can't do that at the legislature. It's lightning round legislation. And I like to point out to you the crossover week is February 16th. So that's the last week bills can be heard in their house of origin. Any bill that doesn't clear that hurdle is dead. And then we have another one that happens again in March. But really that's the first one that will kind of kill a lot of bills. And you'll see that, you know, on Thursday of this week, the House has their own deadlines on bill introductions. So amongst Republicans, leadership asked the members to not introduce more than 7 bills. Last year, we had over 1,500 bills. So just so you see the rapid fire nature of kind of what we're dealing with down there. As you come up with ideas, sometimes it's difficult to put them into legislation just because of the time constraints. We do have a series of striker bills that we've asked members to put forward for us, just so we have a backup plan. But it gets a little dicey. Next slide, please. So one of the issues, or the 2 main issues, I think, this session will clearly be the budget. The governor acknowledged in her State of the State yesterday a close to $850 million shortfall. We won't know the full extent of the damage until the FAC reports their numbers in a few weeks. I'm told by the House Appropriations Chairman, they're expecting the numbers to be closer to $2 billion instead of the $850 million that we're currently at. And so that means clawbacks, it means deep cuts, and how do they get there, right? So if you think of it in this way, the fiscal year is halfway over, but even their own analysis says that they're $450 million short in the current fiscal year. So they've been spending money and spending money. It's my understanding the governor's office and the House has come to an agreement on about $160 million in unspent FY24 funds that they'll be able to claw back. That still means they're $200 million short for the current fiscal year. And then moving forward, it doesn't get much rosier. So the numbers that you see there are from the JLBC analysis. That's where we're at. That's the last report that we got in December. Every month, the JLBC issues a monthly walkthrough based on the current fiscal year. And as you know, the state does a budgeting process for 3 years. but it's definitely a large chunk to claw back. We won't see the governor's executive budget until Friday, when she releases kind of the summation, and then later next week we'll get the detailed breakdown. And once we get that, we'll certainly annotate it for you and send it up to you for your review. We did meet with both appropriation chairmen, and they have different approaches. So Senator Kavanaugh, who's from Fountain Hills, former NYPD Port Authority police officer, is very kind of relaxed and has said he's willing to dip into the rainy day fund, whereas Representative Livingston, who's the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee, is adamant that we're not going to dip into it because this is a self-inflicted wound. And I think largely he's correct. You know, they had this very strange budget process last year where each member was allocated $30 million to spend as they please, and they only held back $10 million of the almost $2 billion they appropriated that way. And so it's his belief that they should be able to claw that money back by working with members. But that means that somebody is going to get cut somewhere. And so part of this was a function of, one, to make sure that the $10 million or so that the city was appropriated for this current fiscal year, we were awarded so that it couldn't be clawed back. And then two, trying to be creative on how we go after pots of money for the upcoming budget cycle. Sarah, if you want to go to the next slide. The other major theme of this session will certainly be on water policy. So the governor has been hosting her own water council. And this is obviously super important for a lot of reasons. Ag cares quite a bit, but also most of the home builders and the realtors care, because this will be the cornerstone of basically any housing package that's out there. There's just a lack, especially in Phoenix area, a lack of available inventory. And with the moratorium that the governor enacted last year, it's really put the crunch on things. So I think there is a clear opportunity for the governor to be working together, and she's been doing that. So I think we're hopeful that, you know, within 6 months or so, a lot of these points that she's put out will come to fruition, and maybe the chance of a grand water deal. Although I think we've been trying that every year for 4 or 5 years with no luck. So, but with that, we can go back to Sarah, your presentation on the points.
Great, thank you, Brian. All right, so we'll pull up our state priorities here. Again, I'll give you a quick overview and then I'll turn it back to the council for your input. So of course we retained our kind of overall umbrella guiding priorities, which are preserving local control and protecting and recovering our state shared revenues. Every year without fail, we see a ton of bills that are designed to erode local control and take away those revenues. So those two principles are critical for us. We have, again, a transportation and infrastructure section, and here we're really focused on post-wildfire flooding mitigation and transportation funding. Brian is aiming for a state allocation to help us with our ongoing needs for funding for post-wildfire flooding, so similar to what he did last year. Although, as Brian just explained, we have a bit more of an uphill battle this year with the deficit that's faced by the state. Looking at our economy section, here we again added the fire insurance priority. We're seeing, as the mayor mentioned, some issues with folks being able to afford or attain homeowners insurance that includes coverage for fire loss. So we're working with our fire department because they have a lot of really innovative ideas on how that might be tackled. We also foresee affordable housing being a really hot topic at the state legislature again this year, and a lot of different thoughts on how affordable housing should be approached. We're already seeing a resurgence of some of the bills we saw last year that aim to remove local control within the approval process for developments. So we're working with Brian and with the league to make sure that our legislators are aware of really all the hard work that cities do for affordable housing. And then moving on to our environmental section, of course, you'll see forest health here focusing on the state lands that surround Flagstaff and making sure our fire department has what they need there. Also on the list are lobbying the Arizona Corporation Commission for the adoption of clean energy standards, and then of course maintaining our support for open space, trails, and dark skies. And we do have a mention of wildlife corridors in that priority as well. So that's a quick overview, and back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. And for those who don't know, we've tooted your horn so many times in these council meetings, Brian, but Brian was really instrumental in getting the $8.9 million to do some flood mitigation on Highway 180. So I can never give enough praise to you for helping us get that funding. And I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again for this presentation. Brian, I'm curious because I know that we have state rent control preemptions that impact some of the conversations that we have about how to bolster the supply of affordable housing. I'm wondering if you've heard anything or any proposals coming from the work that was done with the Housing Supply Committee in terms of the recommendations that they had or were putting forward for future legislation to support either zoning changes or supporting the supply mix.
Councilwoman, my understanding is that the Home Builders Association of Central Arizona essentially opposes all of these measures until the broader question of the 100-year rule can be addressed. And until that is solved, they feel like all of these conversations are a moot point. They can't build anything because of the 100-year designation. And I think that will be the central part of the fight on housing this year.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question was, and I want to thank Vice Mayor for helping me remember the name of this. In terms of the transportation bills, the HERF funding, I'm wondering if we are looking at legislation or tracking the legislation that has come down over the past couple of years in terms of that funding allocation and the adaptations that may be necessary because of increases in electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles. I know that there have been a couple of bills introduced over the past couple of years that have looked at moving away from the one-time fees for electric vehicles or charging a similar sort of fee for the use of electric and hybrid vehicles on the highways. So I'm just wondering if there's any sort of leaning for anything that might be coming up this year, or how much we pay attention to those bills that are coming forward.
Councilmember, great question. I would break it down in two categories. First off, our goal is to make sure HERF funds don't get swept. I think it's a particular danger. As the legislature looks for pots of money, HERF funds always seem to be at the top of the list. And so one of the things that we need to do is make sure that doesn't happen. But to your greater question, there have been some bills that were introduced on different taxing measures that would prohibit taxation based on mileage. So for example, the state of Utah has a program to kind of capture the use of electric vehicle owners by tracking their miles. And so there's a ballot initiative referral that is headed out. There's also a bill that's been introduced in the Senate by the vice chairman of the Senate Transportation Committee. I would suspect that the governor would not be supportive of that bill in particular. But if they were able to a referral, that's how they would bypass the governor. I would also say that a lot of states have tried to figure out how to do this. Part of the problem with the legislature is that they have a Prop 108 requirement. So any new tax requires a 2/3 majority, which is virtually impossible to do And then there's the question of the plenary authority of the Corporation Commission to determine the taxation of electrons. And so there is a move, I think, by QT and Pilot and some of the large kind of truck stops to figure out a way to sell energy on their locations while sidestepping some of these Corporation Commission regulations. I know that the utilities oppose them, and I know that others do as well, because it sets up this kind of false taxation where one organization doesn't pay a tax and everybody else does. So it gets, I think, complicated quickly. I wouldn't anticipate real substantive legislation on this front this year, though.
Thank you for that. I just a comment on that too. I think it's just a really important thing for us as council to look at and keep our eyes on in terms of the work that we're doing and for multimodality, electrification, and all of those things. They certainly work together in really important ways, and just making sure that we are just keeping all of those different challenges in mind and seeing how will be impacted over time. I think it was something that came up during the last presentation on the electric vehicle use within Flagstaff, and seeing how many were coming from outside of our own community. That is a contributing factor to what we get in terms of that HERF fund and other resources. So just looking at how all those things work together and making sure that we continue to benefit in whatever ways we can, and make it part of our priority to make sure that the legislature is keeping those things in mind as well as the state starts to shift in that direction. So thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes. Okay, so I don't know if I'm really expecting an answer, but I'm going to say it anyway. So basically, we're going to wait till we have an emergency before we figure something out. Is that kind of what we're talking about? I know I'm being kind of whatever, but I mean, basically, because we know everybody's got to use the roads. So what's the issue?
Councilmember,
Sorry.
I would suggest you pose a nearly impossible question, but I'll do my best to respond to it. I think the crux of it is that no state has put forward a proposal that makes sense. And when you look at the gas tax in Arizona, the amount of money that you would need to backfill to make up for the growing electric vehicle program, there's no simple way to tax somebody. And again, we go back to the issue of Prop 108 and the need to have a 2/3 majority. You have to have a proposal that virtually everybody agrees with. And that, as you know, is very difficult to do in the legislature on any issue, but especially when you talk about the hyperpartisanness of the body itself and an unwillingness to propose new taxes. And so I think, in full disclosure, I represent Lucid Motors, which is the electric vehicle company in Casa Grande. It's an issue that we've been struggling with and told the governor's office we want to be taxed. We just don't know a way to make it work and that you can make it through the legislature so that you can tax us, because we do use the roads. And every day you see more and more electric vehicles on our roads.
Okay. I didn't really expect an answer. I was just being kind of, whatever it is I could be sometimes, because it just seems like people aren't using a lot of common sense, and so sometimes it's just good to remind people that you're not using common sense to figure out this issue. But so thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Matthews, then Vice Mayor, then Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things. And Brian, I don't know that this falls into your lobbying to state legislators, but in all the the conferences and seminars we went through over this last year, all the cities and different agencies were saying that the low-income tax developers, LIHTC monies was the answer in their eyes to really addressing the affordable housing shortage that we have throughout the state. I don't know if it comes from the Arizona Finance Authority or Department of Housing, but is there any, reach over to also reach into that department or division to push for more funding in those segments or those authorities?
Councilmember, I'm going to have to plead ignorance on the LIHTC, but what I can do is find the information out for you and get back to you. I think generally speaking, however, the idea that there's additional funds outside of what's already been placed in the Housing Trust Fund, which was $150 million last year, seems unlikely in this current budget environment.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would really like to get some information on how we can push that through. I know that whatever department in the state allocates it, it comes from the state, and the low-income tax credit developers say that there's only so much money to be allocated to the different counties, and so a lot of times they can't go into an area like ours or others because there's not the tax credit incentive to go along. Then my other question is, and I know I'm going to get a lot of support on this, and I'm being sarcastic, but I asked a question to Sarah yesterday about the wording on the urge the Arizona Corporation Commission to adopt an aggressive statewide clean energy. I've looked at, APS, is already very aggressive. They're doing a great job in renewables and clean energy. The city participates in the clean energy agreements. They already seem really aggressive given where our technology is today. I didn't get a lot of information on SRP, but I know they also have some very aggressive sustainability goals. So I'm still just kind of curious on, I guess the word aggressive bothers me because it's vague, but it's not vague. And if it's clean energy, it's coming from our utilities that provide our energy. And I've seen things, I look back and I went to a conference for transit agencies, and I've said this before, Central California Transit Agency told all the rest of us, because they're under a mandate, slow down, don't convert your fleet until 2045. Technology's not there. I've seen things on the news about Germany trying to pass a clean energy tax on diesel fuel, and they're having some issues there. So all those things just keep, we do, I think, a really great job at the city level. We're doing a very, in my eyes, an aggressive approach to making sure we're converting our fleets, we're converting our energy sources, we're buying back clean energy credits and stuff. So I just wonder why, I guess that word aggressive concerns me a little bit, because I don't want us to go towards pushing for a goal that so we can say we reach that goal when we go past current technology and then we run into other issues. I think we're at a great pace. There's a couple of hiccups on the road, but I think we're moving forward and we're doing a really good job of converting, and I think the state, our two electric utilities, are doing a really great job of really making it a top priority. So it just bothers me, and I wanted to just say it out loud that using that word aggressive to adopt, just in my mind, I see globally how people maybe try to get in front of technology, or they don't realize the unintended consequence of putting farmers, out of business because they can't afford to farm anymore because we wanted to reach a goal. So that said, I don't know if there's a comment to be made on it, Brian, but the word aggressive just bothered me because I think we're already doing a great job and we're already doing more, and every year we've got some great goals. locally and in our utility companies. So you don't have to answer. I just wanted to make that statement unless you wanted to comment.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Great discussion. Thank you again, Sarah. Thank you, Brian. Looking forward to working with you this year as well. Again, it's been an honor and a privilege over the past 6 years to help to watch this particular document evolve and to be a part of its evolution. I'm very pleased with what we have here. Based off of what Bob was saying, I do think rural broadband belongs in this section. I just thought I'd mention that out loud because I brought it up earlier. I would like to discuss the ACC briefly, but I'll come back to that because I think it's similar to the other thing I want to bring up. Environmental funding and partnership, we give a mention to dark skies. I wanted to put a finer point on that maybe and maybe make a suggestion on how we focus through that. Obviously, we have our state legislative process. I think engaging with ADOT on this topic would be a very important way for us to grab a hand, to get our teeth in this and to grab a handle on it. I'm in conversation with our dark skies allies, and this is a conversation that's come up again in Metro Plan meetings. ADOT is just, I think, bureaucratically sort of unaware or has a blind spot for Flagstaff's aggressive approach to dark skies. And obviously, they have a major corridor through town. They are in control of many streetlights. And there's a constant tension there from our dark skies advocates trying to get the attention of ADOT, trying to remind them or to keep their attention about the way we're approaching our nighttime lighting. And so maybe something in here about just our relationship with ADOT. And I know we have other agencies like Metro Plan and Mountain Line that engage ADOT very well, even have ADOT membership on our boards. So there's that avenue of approach. But why not develop a direct relationship with ADOT ourselves as a city council? I think that would be a nice idea to pursue. And then backing up on that towards the Arizona Corporation Commission, I see these situations as fairly similar. I believe I was very much involved in the suggestion that we engage the Arizona Corporation Commission. I think the language that we have here around what we're asking them for is something we can debate, but the larger component of this that I want to remain focused on is simply the idea that we develop a relationship with the Arizona Corporation Commission. I don't think the City Council has much of a relationship with that body, and of course that's a body that has revolving membership as well through elections. I think we should get into the habit and we should develop a muscle memory around engaging them directly. Since this came up as a state priority on this document, I don't think we've done much to really engage the Arizona Corporation Commission. Partially that may be because our previous lobbyist wasn't really in relationship with them himself and didn't know how to engage that process. Partially it was because of the pandemic. There were some plans to take some trips to meet with them directly in the same way that we've gone to various reservations and to meet with those legislative bodies. And then it just didn't really happen. So I'd like to see that come pursued again. What we're asking of them is something that we can discuss. But just being in relationship is the thing that's really important to me. And before I talked about this, Brian, you did invoke the ACC a couple times in earlier conversations. So I think it's relevant and it makes sense for us to develop those lines of communication and those relationships. I think I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. As far as the word broadband, I think we probably could keep that in the state and not have it in the federal. I think that kind of makes sense. But I think both our federal and state lobbyists will have a copy of the other list, so there'll be awareness that it's important. As far as the Corporation Commission, I think we could delete the word aggressive as suggested, but the other words that are in there need to stay there. So that, okay, so, and Ms. Matthews is indicating that she could agree with that also. And then the third one, I have a question, and I think I have kind of a gut feel for what inclusionary zoning is, but could someone on staff or our lobbyist or someone kind of give us a 15-second lecture on what that means? Or maybe Mr. Sterling.
Requiring a developer to include affordable housing.
Well said, which is currently contrary to the state law that's on the books right now.
That's why we have to negotiate affordable housing. We can't require it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, and good to see you again, Brian. I'm really happy to see that, you know, preserving our local control is on here. It's amazing to me how much we talk about that during discussions, and it comes up almost daily when I talk to my constituents on what we can and cannot do. So thank you for having that in there. Rural broadband. I'm wondering, Bob, how do you feel about that not being on your list?
Again, Councilmember Sweet, I think that's fine because I think most of the money has been allocated from the federal government and down to the state. So state has most of those funds anyway. So I think that's fine.
Okay, so I can go with taking that off the federal list. And then for dark skies and ADOT and the ACC, I am in agreement. I think relationships are very important. And Brian, I'm hoping that you can help move those along with us. Thank you.
Okay, so we have supported funding for state parks, you know, when it's been on the chopping block before. So if something came up regarding state parks, would you consider our descriptions of environment sufficient to support funding for state parks, or because we've supported it in the past, because these things turn around so quickly often? I'm just wondering whether you would feel empowered to continue to support funding for state parks.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we would feel empowered to support funding for state parks. Of course, we wouldn't be probably the primary lead on that campaign, but we would definitely be willing to offer our support.
Great, thank you. And, you know, one thing that weighs so heavily on my mind regarding our budget shortfall and likely ongoing shortfalls is the flat tax. And I understand the makeup of the legislature, and I understand that Flagstaff is not going to have a huge impact on us, but I think it bears stating that Arizona, of the states that have income taxes, Arizona is the lowest. It's below Alabama and Louisiana, which are both states that are notorious for public underinvestment. And according to the article that was in today's Daily Sun, 72% of Arizona residents will see a benefit of less than $45. But it's looking to reduce tax collections by $2 billion a year. So, Brian, I'm wondering, I haven't read anything about any discussion of the need to go back to a different taxing structure in terms of Arizona income tax, and I'm wondering if you've heard anything.
Mayor, I've certainly not heard anything. Imagine yourself at the state legislature advocating for an income tax increase. And I think what you'll find is neither the governor nor state lawmakers address it. And I think what they're trying to do is manage this budget by focusing on areas like ESAs, which have massively gone beyond the projected spending amounts. When you look at the flat tax, it basically did what they thought it was going to do, massively cut income, which is what the legislature and Governor Ducey wanted to accomplish.
All right, thank you. And regarding broadband, so I have a letter here from the U.S. Conference of Mayors asking me to sign on to a letter in support of funding that's about to end from the bipartisan infrastructure law for the Affordable Connectivity Program. So that's the sort of thing that I could see us continuing to support at the federal level. And I just put that out there. And let me go back. I saw a comment. Councilmember Harris. All right. Are there...
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I have commented, then I pulled it back, but I do have a comment now, if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay, and it is about broadband. And earlier this year, or early last year, 2023, we had a meeting in the community regarding broadband. And we were told at that time that the money had come into the state. And there were a lot of listening sessions that were going on around the state. I believe the state contracted with a consultant to do some of that work. And my question to that group at the time was that, Arizona has a way of kind of doing whatever it is they want to do with money that comes into the state. And so how are they going to ensure that that money went to where it was supposed to go? And the comment that the person told me was said to me was that she said basically that we're here to ensure that that happens, and if it doesn't, then we're going to be pulling it. So I'm not sure what that means or whatever, but I was a little concerned when I started hearing us talking about broadband and pulling it off the federal and putting it on the state, because that's just not been a good experience with me and the state, and money that comes in sometimes, especially when we're talking about equity issues. And most of that broadband money is looking at going to rural Arizona, where people don't have the kind of infrastructure that we have in Flagstaff. So I don't know if anybody wants to speak to that. I don't necessarily think I need an answer. I just put that out on the table because I'm always suspect when we get a bunch of money and then we drop our Washington hands. We take our Washington hands off of it and we leave it for the state to do. So just a comment there.
Mayor, perhaps I could offer a point of clarification. So I think you're essentially both right. What the mayor was describing was a federal subsidy for low-income folks who were qualified for ISPs. And so what you see Cox and Google and others do is they offer for low-income people $35 a month packages, which happens to be the exact amount of the federal government's reimbursement. So essentially, internet service for those people are free. And so ensuring that that program continues is important. But what we were talking about before, I think, was more narrowly focused on the IRA. And to Bob's point, the state has received about $1 billion And the way that the IRA was created is that they required the state of Arizona to create their own broadband office. And so that the way that Governor Ducey did it at the time was he created a broadband office within the ACA. Now the ACA is up on sunset review. You have the Republicans actually introduce legislation just yesterday to get rid of the ACA, which I think would be a terrible disservice to the state and certainly to any businesses that might move to your community, but it would also close that office as part of it. And so that would be a question of what happens to that money if it's not already allocated. What the broadband office has done is worked with different communities. So for example, in Yuma County, they worked with the county and a private provider to come up with a middle mile network, which is essentially a ring around the county, and then imagine it like a spider web where different providers can then come in. They would never have gotten that first part done if they hadn't gotten the money from the broadband office. And so a lot of communities are out saying, hey, we've got a partnership with this company or with this nonprofit to bring these kind of services into their communities. And so a lot of that money is being spent along those lines. They also use the money to build out the network. So along the major freeways, for example, and then on the Navajo Nation specifically, they came up with a plan to build kind of the highways, the information highways that then local communities could tap into to, again, get this higher speed programs. And then you see in Arizona, I think there's been about 15 data centers that have been constructed or announced, and all of those activities help that broadband process.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that information, because I had not heard a whole lot after we had those listening sessions. It just kind of got lost in all the other things that are on our plate. So thank you so much for that update.
All right, I don't see any additional comments from council, so I'm going to take some public comment.
Mayor, if I could just
yes.
quickly, apologies if I haven't been keeping track, but did we decide to keep or remove broadband from the federal list?
I'd like to keep it.
Again, I don't have strong feelings either way. I just thought it was a bit of house cleaning.
Procedural question. Maybe we should wait to make these fine decisions until after we listen to the public and then come back. I mean, it's obviously a very important question. You need to know what we want.
No problem. I just didn't want to forget to ask.
That's just my thought.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you. Yeah, on the broadband, not being real clear where all the money comes from, I do know I've had a couple of encounters with Senator Teresa Hatahi, and that's one of her big hot topics is to get broadband, of course, out to the Navajo Nation, so that's important. But and to Vice Mayor's point, maybe if there's another priority that we're talking about, I want to keep the list tight so it's not so long, because as the Vice Mayor mentioned, we could probably add 20 more things on there. But maybe for now, and we can finish talking about it later, but leave it on there until something comes up and we're like, we don't want to make the list too long. And this is something we can remove. Because I think it's more at the state level, I think, is most of the funding, if I understand it right, and I really don't have a lot of understanding of where all that money comes from for broadband.
Sarah and Mayor and Council, if I can just interject quickly, I just want to say, I don't think there's any downside in keeping it in on the federal side, although it is, I think most of the money does devolve down to the states, to the state. Also, again, I want to reiterate that these are guiding principles. When we come back to lobby in March, hopefully, or March or April, to DC, our priorities may change, and so obviously we're going to make appropriations requests. That's going to be a very important objective in those meetings is to get our appropriations request. and some other things. So I don't see any problem in keeping it on there. Again, these are just guiding principles.
How's that?
Perfect, thank you.
All right, first up, Tyler Denham.
Hi, hello, Mayor and Council members. Happy New Year. I have a small suggestion for the federal and state legislative priorities. For the affordable housing section of both, I think additional language such as provide incentives and technical assistance to cities to sustainably increase their housing supply would be useful. And to explain that language a bit more, technical assistance would be things like providing help with code changes and infrastructure planning to identify and remove barriers to affordable housing production, things that normally would require a lot of city staff time or hiring a consultant, similar to what Flagstaff is currently doing with the LASCAP project. And incentives would be things like providing grants to cities that make code changes to allow more affordable housing, grants for things like public transit, subsidized units, and infrastructure changes that go along with housing. And I sent an email last night highlighting 2 example programs, one at the state level and one at the federal level, if you're interested in reading more. And to end my comments, I want to apologize for making these suggestions so late in the game. I didn't notice the agenda item in time to comment earlier. I do think these types of programs can help as cities address housing and sustainability issues with limited local resources, but I understand if it's too close to the line to incorporate this into the legislative priorities this year. But thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Tyler. Tom Pearson.
Thank you, Mayor Daggett, excuse me, and council members for allowing me this time to speak. I really want to commend you for the points that you have made about insurance, fire and flood insurance. I know living out in Coconino Estates, we're experiencing skyrocketing costs in both those areas. And also the effort that's been made to get funding for the 180 flood, Schultz Creek flood area. We really appreciate that. So thank you very much for those efforts and on the lobbyists' part as well. I wanted to, this is kind of out of the blue, but I just noticed this being on the agenda here the other night, so I wanted to bring it up as maybe something, it's probably too late to get in the current agenda, but a thought for the future. And asking myself and yourselves the question, why isn't Flagstaff a wildfire air tanker base like Prescott? Our recent history of catastrophic wildfires is proof positive that we desperately need more rapid and effective response to wildfires. Fires can double in size every few minutes, as we know. Early attack on wildfires is the key to suppression. Aviation assets can provide that rapid response. Flagstaff is ideally suited for stationing Type 1 heavy lift helicopters. These aircraft can quickly put thousands of gallons of water on a fire before it explodes out of control. But the key to success is positioning the aircraft locally at Pulliam Airport. We have the water resources needed to support these aircraft, but these resources should be expanded. Let's also transform our flood control projects into water catchment and storage facilities, providing water tanks strategically located in the area. The combination of locally positioned aircraft and nearby water resources will be a huge force multiplier for wildfire suppression. Another essential component to rapid response is an around-the-clock command and control system. To be effective, the system must provide necessary sensors, communication, and aircraft control functions to rapidly launch and direct aircraft. Let's find out everything Prescott did to become an air tanker base and follow in their footsteps. Our community deserves the best possible firefighting technology. We must stop the ongoing ravages of repeated wildfires in our area. An air tanker base would be a step in the right direction. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Michelle James.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I'm Michelle James, Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. We've reviewed the state and federal draft legislation priorities, and we would like to suggest some comments and maybe some revisions. My understanding is you guys are going to finalize this next week, perhaps. Both the state and federal priorities must focus clearly on actions that address Flagstaff's two declared emergencies, climate change and affordable housing. These should be front and center as guiding priorities in both documents. Right now, the draft state priorities addresses statewide clean energy programs, which is appropriate, but no priority addresses climate change in the larger sense. The city's legislative priorities must provide more than broad statements. They must also provide the details of what the city needs. The federal priorities would be much stronger if the broad needs mentioned under climate change heading were broken into separate statements or bullets that more fully address the specific policies and funding needs for each one. Another example would be food security. This is something that is a very important issue in Flagstaff, given our location, and it's not mentioned in either the state or the federal priorities. Legislation and additional funding is needed to expand research and support more local food growers. The affordable housing section in the state form document could be expanded beyond Section 8 vouchers to include some ideas that Councilmember House has suggested, as well as perhaps, and this is not going to happen given what we just heard about the state legislature, but increasing funding for the city for the housing programs so that they are not funded year by year, but are funded for a long period of time, and we'll be able to make those partnerships and maybe be more efficient and achieve more housing. We're pleased to see that the city supports the Arizona Corporation Commission and the need for, I wrote aggressive, you guys can decide what to do with that, clean energy standards to achieve 100% carbon-free clean energy in our state. This is vitally important and a means to reach carbon neutrality goals of the city as outlined in the Flagstaff Carbon Neutrality Plan. FCUBE would like to see the state legislative priorities include opposition to anti-ESG legislation. That's environmental, social, and governance. Multiple bills prohibiting consideration of ESG risk assessments when investing were introduced last year by the Arizona legislature. The city should be ready to oppose anti-ESG legislation as the consideration of these important environmental factors often relate directly to climate change. The Coconino County Treasurer is a good resource for more information about the benefits of ESG assessments. FCUBE has additional comments that we'll send via email to council members prior to the next week's meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle. And Deputy City Manager Joanne Keene has a comment.
I do. Thank you, Mayor, Council. I just wanted to circle back, on the broadband discussion. We'll be bringing an update back to Council on some of our efforts that our IT Director, CJ Perry, has been working on. In the fall, we released an RFI to solicit some interest from private companies who may be interested in partnering with the city on fiber. And probably the middle to the end of this month, we'll be putting out an RSOQ that asks for some additional information. I think just looking at both of those opportunities, I think it would be helpful to keep this on both the state and federal agendas just to make sure that we have our hands in both pots and be able to act when we need to on this issue. But we will be bringing a more comprehensive update forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Council, hearing public comment, do you have any additions or you want to discuss something further? Councilmember House and then Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Sarah, I just had a, goodness, I saw you there a second ago. I just wanted to circle back on one of the comments that was made about the broadness of the language and the lack of specificity. I think you had mentioned earlier about why the language was broad. Can you speak a little bit more to why the language isn't overtly specific on topics?
Certainly, and thank you for the question, Councilmember House. So this is designed to be a very quick reference sheet that can be used by our legislatures and can be easily, distributed to them when we go to lobbying meetings. They're kind of designed as like buckets or pots so that we get kind of your general direction on a topic. And then that gives us guidance as bills pop up through the legislative session. If we were overly specific in this document, it would kind of tie our hands and make it to where we couldn't respond with the speed that's sometimes necessary. I would add, though, that, of course, we develop our federal lobbying packet every year before our DC trip. I think last year that was over 30 pages long, so that really provides a lot more in-depth information. We also do the same thing at the state level when we go down. So once we kind of know what issues are going to be moving at the state legislature, then we can really zero in and add a lot of detail and recommendations that are specific to Flagstaff itself.
And to that point, I think most of us will remember that last year things came up that we discussed in council meetings, and even though it wasn't spelled out in our priorities, determined whether we wanted to oppose or support. Councilmember McCarthy and then Councilmember Harris.
Well, thank you. I want to thank all the public participants and a lot of good ideas. And I want to key in on one, the locally positioned fire control aircraft. I'm just thinking, well, is that worth the trouble? Look at the fires we've had in the last few years. If we got a fire on the west side of the San Francisco peaks, the damage to our town, because the flood control project is not in yet, could be in the billions of dollars. So I'm thinking that would be a cost-effective idea. I don't know what the other council members think, but I think that's worth looking into. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I'd be happy to ask our fire department about some more information about that. I'm curious how that works as well. Is it, if you have a base, that's where resources for the region are parked? Maybe it doesn't necessarily mean that you have priority for those resources. So we could definitely look into more of what that means.
Yeah, if you could look into that with our fire department and get back to us, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
And I believe we're going to be receiving another update from fire relatively soon, right? So maybe that can be part of what they discuss with us. Councilmember Harris.
And thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who's presented on this issue and to our public commenters. The only thing that I have to say is that the list that we have definitely is not all inclusive. We can't put everything on the list that we want because there's just too much that could go on the list. And so we have to really narrow it down. And I think we've done a good job of narrowing it down. And so, that's all I want to say is that, every year we're going to come up with new ideas or new priorities. I shouldn't say ideas, but new priorities. And we're just going to work on them. We're going to take it all in. We're going to do the best that we possibly can. The 7 of us that sit on that dais is going to have to make some tough decisions and not be afraid to do that. We're going to need to be courageous about our community so that we are talking about our entire community and not just a section of it. And so we're not going to get everything right this year, and everything's not going to get on the list for the federal or the state, but we're going to do the best we can with what we have. So thank you very much. And that's all I have to say on that issue.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, I don't see any additional comments. So thank you so much, Sarah and Sean.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and we will be back next week with a final version for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, moving down to item number 9, presentation on civil rights and 2023 Municipal Equality Index. Hello, Chris.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. I'll get my presentation up here for you real quick and we'll get started. All right. Is that good for our online viewers as well? Yes? Okay, excellent. Thank you. For the record, Chris Rohde, Management Analyst in Public Affairs. Pleasure to be with you this afternoon. This is my annual update on the state of civil rights and our Municipal Equality Index issued by the Human Rights Campaign. I'll be fairly quick through this. I've done it a few times now, so some of you have seen me here before with this. There is new information this year, and largely good news, not all, but mostly trending in the right direction, so I'll get to some details about that. There will be two different sections that I'm going to talk about in this short presentation. The first one will be the current state of our civil rights ordinance, how it works, how the process of receiving and responding to complaints works, and then I'll go into the details of the scorecard we were issued this last year by the Human Rights Campaign, and where we lost points, where we gained points, and possible actions we can take to keep our score in the right direction. So currently we do have an entire section of city code related to civil rights in the city of Flagstaff. It covers employers, labor organizations, and public accommodations. It does not cover housing, and that's a point I'll touch on in a moment, but these are the people that have to abide by the ordinance, the ones that have to make sure they're acting in accordance with our local laws. It includes the public accommodations line is kind of the broadest. It includes any place you could go into and reasonably expect to have a service. So that would be a hotel or a restaurant or a grocery store, somewhere that anybody generally is welcome and able to patronize. That's a public accommodation. But includes educational institutions, retail establishments, all that kind of thing. It does not include like fraternal organizations or exclusive clubs, things like that, because those are not areas where a member of the general public can expect to go into and receive their services. They have to be a member in order to have those rights extended to them for those places. There are exemptions, as I mentioned, the Native American reservations nearby, because of private clubs. The federal and state governments are exempt. There's an exemption for unruly behavior in public. So if you go into a restaurant and get kicked out because you accosted a waiter, that does not mean that that trumps anything that you may have. So if you go in, you can't say, I was treated unfairly because of one of my protected classes if you were kicked out because you were unruly in public. Religious organizations are exempt. So are like senior and student discounts. Those are allowed. So that's not ageism under our ordinance. As are gyms, and then there is an exception that allows reasonable dress codes at a place of work because there are reasons for that sometimes. Now, the areas that you're protected from if you expect to be receiving these public services are the same ones in the state and federal: race, color, religion, sex, age, disability, veteran status, and national origin. And then we have 3 additional ones here that are only in the city that are not covered under state and federal rules. Those are sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. So those 3 additional ways are where our ordinance goes beyond state and federal rules, are for those 3 protected additional classes. Now, if we receive a complaint in our office about someone that says they were discriminated against, on one of those classes, we go through a process to try to adjudicate this. It's a little more complicated than when we get a minimum wage complaint, which I also manage, because those ones, there's usually a dollar amount that the damage can be tied to. This one, it's much broader, it's more subjective, so the process is a little more fluid. When the complaint is filed, we immediately have to reach out to the respondent, the person that's the alleged perpetrator of the incident, and get a statement from them to hear what their side of the story is. After we receive that, and essentially we have the complaint and the response in hand, we can review that for timeliness, jurisdiction, and content. So the first one is, was it filed on time? You have a window of now 180 days to file that complaint. If it's within that window, it checks that box. Are we the right office to handle this complaint? Should it be somewhere else? Is it something covered in our ordinance? Yes, jurisdiction and content are the next two. And then the content's the last one. That is, does this complaint sound like it's a violation? Sometimes there's weird things happening, and we really have to read the complaint to figure out whether it counts. Whether, like, yes, if this happened, and not a determination of whether it happened, but if this happened the way it was alleged, would this be a violation? If we get a yes to that answer, we go into a mediation process where we sit the complainant down with the alleged perpetrator, and we try to come to an agreement of how we're going to solve the issue together. So that's the blue. The blue is a continued action on this chart. The red is termination. Case is over. We're done with it. So if the mediation works, then great. We have an agreement. And whatever that agreement is, we'll follow that path. If we can't get an agreement, so if mediation fails, we actually refer this to an investigator, and our ordinance specifies that it has to be someone outside of the city. So if we get to a case, and I'll just note that in my tenure here, about 2.5 years with the city, we've never gotten to the mediation stage, never even gotten a complaint that wasn't solved or dismissed upon the first glance. So this is a pretty rare situation historically, but we would refer it to an investigator, and then they would either dismiss the complaint or it would be referred to a court to determine what the final outcome is. And again, we have not gotten past that third box in my tenure overseeing this office.
Chris, Vice Mayor has a question.
Thank you. Just in way of context, Chris, you answered part of my question, but the rest of it remains. On a yearly basis, how often does this complaint process get initiated for you?
Once or twice a year would be. I usually get a complaint every 8 to 16 months. So it varies, and I've found that in my short tenure and the small sample size I have in my tenure in the office, that those have largely been ones that don't check all three of those boxes. They're filed late, or there is a case where someone was rude to wait staff or something like that, or it's just not a protected class that the person feels they were discriminated against. So I've never seen it get past that third, but again, I've been here about 2.5 years, and there weren't a lot of documented complaints in the few years before I took over either, so I would say confidently that we've not gotten past that third box in the last 5 or 6 years, at the very least. Does that answer your question? Okay. So that's an overview of our ordinance and how our laws are set up here in the city. The next part is the annual report that we get. Every year, the Human Rights Campaign, the national organization, releases their annual scorecard on 506 cities across the country of how well their laws, policies, and services, all the things they provide, how inclusive they are to members of different classes and people of diverse backgrounds, to see how welcoming those communities are to those kinds of different people. It looks specifically at sexual orientation and gender identity and treats those two separately, which is a note I'll make just because our ordinance also treats those separately, even though many other cities and state and federal government do not. They release this report every year right around Thanksgiving. This year, I can't remember if it was before or after, but it was right around that same week when they released the final report. And we work with them throughout the entire year on this. They give us a draft of that scorecard in July that we have to keep tightly under wraps and can't share with pretty much anybody. And we have a chance to submit documentation for areas that we think we deserve higher scores and have communication with them back and forth on, does this count? Is this the best practice? And we've been doing a lot of work with them actually over the last year or so. They have in the years since COVID, they really ramped up what they're able to provide us as cities. They have a whole webinar series that we attended this year that helped us with our submissions to them. We've also worked, just because I don't have a bullet point for it, we've also worked with other organizations around the city, the Arizona's ACLU, the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, and PRISM and NAU. So we're trying to really cast a wide net and not just rely on one organization for this information, but try to hear from other people of how we can improve and get best practices from wherever we can get it. I mentioned there were 506 cities nationwide. There's 11 in Arizona, and we're one of the 11 that gets a score every year. They cap out at 100 points, so 100 points is the highest score you can receive. But really it's not, because you can get 22 flex points that they just stop counting at 100. So if you score 112, you get 100. That's the highest score they'll give you, but we do watch those additional 22 flex points as well to see what our score could be. So it's out of 100, but really out of 122. They break their scorecard into 5 different categories. It's non-discrimination laws, so that's just looking at the content of our ordinance and how it's enforced. Municipality as an employer, that's looking at us as an organization and how we treat employees of the organization. Municipal services are what kinds of programs and different services we provide to the community, so not to our employees, but to the broad general public. It looks at law enforcement, which is specifically the Flagstaff Police Department, and then leadership on LGBTQ plus equality. So that is all of you. Looking at it's the most objective area, and I'll get into some details about that, but it's looking at the things you advocate for, events you attend, things you post publicly on your social media, things like that. So not to be too startling, but they are watching what you're doing. This year, I'm very happy to report that we scored a 95 out of 100. This is the highest score that the City of Flagstaff has ever received. And it's up from 88 where we've been for the last several years. We kind of plateaued there for a while, and we had a really good submission we were able to give them this summer and got us up to a 95. So very happy to be able to report that. Down below in this table shows where changes happened. We received 2 additional points for our non-discrimination laws, none for municipalities and employer, 5 more for the service we provide, 2 more for law enforcement, and then we did lose 2 on leadership on LGBTQ plus equality, and I'll touch on all of these, exactly where we lost points, where we can gain points in the future, and go over those a little bit with a slide on each one. So 95, 81 an initial one, then 14 plus flex points, that adds to 95. So here's where we gained points just from a year ago. Governor Hobbs issued an executive order last year at the state level that creates a ban on conversion therapy for those under the age of 18 in Arizona. We got points for that because that is now unlawful in Flagstaff. So I came to you in previous years and said that this was an area we were not receiving points. The city took no action, but we got 2 points because of the state's action. So,
and Chris, we don't have any jurisdiction over that, correct? So when you say we didn't take action on it, we don't have the jurisdiction to take action on it.
I don't want to speak 100% on that. I'll defer to Sterling. He's shaking his head, so I'm going to.
Mayor and Council, I can double check on that, but I don't think we do.
There's some other ones I know the answer to, but that's not one of the ones that I know off the top of my head. I'm sorry. We received more points in 3 different areas on services we provide to the community. So that's services to unhoused LGBTQ plus people, services to LGBTQ plus older adults, and services to the transgender community. And all 3 of those were documented through library programs. So we got together this summer and looked at their catalog of all the things they provide. And it's not new programs, but we had a better way of documenting it this year. They came to us, actually, we had a good conversation with them, and they helped us build a really strong case for why some of the things that we offer through our library programs meet their expectations. And they helped us put together a really good section of our submission that they were amenable to. So we got all those, I think it was 5 extra points amongst those 3 items. That was the biggest area that we increased our scores. And then finally, we received full points this year for reporting hate crime statistics to the FBI. We lost 2 points on that last year because really of a change back in like 2021. There was a change. We used a different database to report them, and the data came in late, so they docked us 2 points. But that was corrected, and it's all back to. So we lost 2 and we gained it back. Essentially, is what happened on that item. There's still some areas where we do lose points. I'll note that this section has gotten a lot smaller than it was last year, which is nice to see. There's several bullet points that were there before and are not anymore. And I'll go into each of the details of these on an individual slide. So if you'd like me to pause for a second, you can see them all as a summary, and then I'll move forward to each of them individually. I believe there's 8 items. The first one is our housing non-discrimination laws. So this is the biggest area that we lose points for in our existing ordinance. Our non-discrimination ordinance, or NDO, covers public accommodations, but it does not cover housing. So if you're staying at a hotel, it covers you. If you're staying long-term, it doesn't cover you. 3 cities in Arizona receive full points for this because they have it. It's Phoenix, Tucson, and Tempe. And I'll note that this is an area that we are preempted from. Only cities over 350,000 people were allowed to adopt this as part of a fair housing ordinance, and that had to be done by 1995. So it was a state law decades ago that has not been touched since that time. A window was open, but only for cities that were above that size. So we wouldn't have qualified even if 25 years ago we were looking for this, and there's not been a window since then. So simply put, we're not allowed to, under state law, to put this into our ordinance.
Councilmember House.
Sorry, just a question on that, or clarification. So Flagstaff does not have a fair housing ordinance.
I don't want to speak affirmatively on that, but adding this section to the fair housing ordinance, if we have one, because I don't work in housing, so I don't want to speak.
Sarah's coming down.
Okay, excellent.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sarah Dar, Housing Director. I'm sure Sterling will throw things at me if I get this wrong. However, we do not, based on the preemption by the state. However, we are required to comply with the federal fair housing laws, which we are HUD's arm within the community to do so and interact with citizens on their behalf surrounding federal fair housing.
So do I understand correctly, when the city council some years ago passed the civil rights ordinance, the reason that housing is not included in that is because we were preempted from doing it?
Yes, via state law.
Okay.
Specifically specifies, good job, specifies that communities of our size do not have the ability to add to the state's fair housing protections and federal fair housing protections.
Thank you.
I wanted to say I remembered that add to, but I wasn't 100% sure. So thank you to Sarah for clearing that up in her area of expertise. The second item is on our single occupancy, all gender facilities. This is an area we received our first point a few years ago after you gave direction to require all gender facilities in city-owned buildings. So all of our parks and public facilities the city owns comply with this. But in order to get that second point, the Human Rights Campaign has told us that this needs to be a requirement for all buildings citywide. We've made a few cases to them on this topic. Including that it is in the 2018 edition of the International Building Code, which the city has adopted, meaning that any new facilities or renovated facilities will have to adhere to this, and they essentially said not good enough. So anything short of requiring existing facilities to convert via ordinance or something like that, they've indicated they will not get that second point for. That said, we are moving in the right direction. Adopting that version of the International Building Code will take measures, we'll take steps in this community so that as new buildings are built and as previous ones are renovated, those will be incorporated into the designs, just like with ADA and other things like that. So that was a huge adoption in our building code, and an area that we're doing well in, but we wouldn't get that second point unless the action at the bottom of the screen there there's an ordinance that requires gender-neutral facilities in all buildings citywide, whether they're privately or publicly owned.
And so where are we with the council direction to require all gender facilities in city-owned buildings?
Right now, I don't have any direction on this topic. Through the Commission on Diversity Awareness, I think 2 years ago, they worked on city direction to implement that in all city facilities, and that was done. But I do not believe there's been any action from council since then or any direction.
So where am I not understanding where we lost points?
So we got 1 point for acquiring it in all city buildings, which was through a council direction 2 years ago. But anything short of an ordinance requiring it in every building across the city, that's how you get the second point if you want it. You all would have to draft and pass an ordinance requiring it. So that's how to get this. That's how to get the second point if you'd like it. City providing transgender inclusive healthcare benefits. This is another area that we fought hard for this year and just didn't get. Now the benefits for city employees are set in coordination with the Northern Arizona Public Employee Benefit, which is the Mountain Line is Coconino County and I believe the school district. So we all worked together on the benefits. We confirmed that the types of gender affirming care that they want are included in our plans. They have been, and as far as I know, will continue to be. However, after going back and forth with the Human Rights Campaign and with Blue Cross Blue Shield, the Human Rights Campaign essentially told us that that has to be spelled out explicitly in our plan books. It's not currently. We reached out to Blue Cross Blue Shield this year to see if they could include that in the plan books. And they said no, and the quote there is what they told us for why they will not put them in the plan books. So we can continue to have that conversation with them. I don't think that it's a closed door on this topic, but what I want to get across is that these types of coverage are included in our current plans. It's just a matter of messaging and where it's written down. The reason we're not getting these 6 points. But cities, employees of the city that need to access these medical procedures and treatments should rest assured knowing that they can. And we're going to keep working to try to make that clear to them through the plan book or anything else that we can, and continue making a case that we're doing a good job on this and deserve points in the future. Our non-discrimination ordinance is enforced by the Commission on Diversity Awareness. They've told us that they want that commission to be the one that enforces our non-discrimination ordinance. Currently, it's enforced under the ordinance by the city manager's office. I'll note that the existence of CODA satisfies another area. We actually get points just for them existing. And no other commission at the city has this kind of power. I think maybe planning and zoning is the only one that has more powers than the average commission, but it's largely advisory and educational. So there isn't anything wrong necessarily with the way we're doing it right now. They've just told us that they think that a commission that's appointed, as opposed to a staff member, is more accountable and things like that. Not to say that I don't think I'm not accountable, but that's what they've told us that we need to do to get those additional 2 points. I do work very closely with the Commission on Diversity Awareness. I attend their meetings fairly regularly, and they're in the loop with these kind of things as well. But they also don't have full-time staff, for whatever that's worth. So if you want to get these 2 points, my possible action here is that we, as well as legal, could research the possibility of adding that to the responsibilities of CODA. But again, that's a possible action, not a recommended action. Youth bullying prevention for city services. So this one, you get 1 point if a city policy prevents bullying on sexual orientation, and a 2nd point if it's for gender identity. So we looked around, reached out to a lot of different divisions, PRO's library this year to see what kinds of anti-bullying measures they have in place, and discovered that they're there, but each program essentially has its own policy. So when you sign up for a program and you sign, here's all the rules. It's in that document for each individual program, not an overall city policy. So the language in those does vary. It generally covers these two things. So another area where we're very likely we're covering this. We're doing a good job of it. It's just not in the format that the Human Rights Campaign wants to see. And I understand that because they're not going to pour through all of our individual city program codes. They'd love to see it as an ordinance. And that's what they've told us, is that a city ordinance would satisfy these two, as long as both of those are in the ordinance.
Councilmember McCarthy.
I find the wording of this one to be kind of interesting. The implication is it's okay to bully people unless they're, it's a gender identity issue or whatever. I would think bullying should be disallowed regardless of the reason. White boys on white boys bullying, fine, it's wrong.
Absolutely, and to note that they just want this language included in an anti-bullying policy. They don't want that to be the only part of the anti-bullying policy. Certainly, all of those other things are areas that are covered as well under our existing policies. They just want explicit mentions of these because that's an area that oftentimes they feel is neglected. This is one of the more subjective items here. So leadership's pro-equality legislative or policy efforts. So as I mentioned before, this is the one that's looking at all of you on city council. So it's based on what kinds of ordinances you introduce to the city, what kinds of events you attend. We document all the kinds of things cities doing. This year we submitted that we had our first Pride Parade that was the city authorized. That was included in our submission. We included the flags we fly outside of the city buildings. We do kind of pour through some of your public statements to see if there's anything that is obvious that we can submit without it being too invasive into your personal lives. But we do try to get the points to where we can. But it's not really an area that staff can take action on aside from that. We can document and we can submit, but it's not an area that we're being evaluated on. It's not an area that city policies or rules are being evaluated on. It's kind of your own actions. So we've gotten 2 out of 3 points for this in previous years. They don't really clarify what it takes to get 3 points in this because I think it's so subjective. But we're getting 2 out of 3, and we've gotten 2 out of 3 for a couple years. That's about as much as I can say on it. Openly LGBTQ plus elected or appointed leaders. This is an area that we have gotten full points in every iteration of this scorecard up until this year. And we didn't get it this year. And the only thing I'll note on this is that no one departed from city council in the last year. No, largely appointed staff departed. So I don't know why we lost these points. And I reached out for clarification. And aside from that, just with the subject matter of what this is, that's about as much research and question asking as I care to do on this topic. I don't want to go through and ask people to say things about themselves. I think that's not a proper way to go about it. I don't know what individual or individuals was getting points for in this. And if the Human Rights Campaign wants to tell me that answer, I would love to hear it. But aside from that, I don't think that staff is going to be going around soliciting any of this information. That's just not proper on our part. So all I can say is that we got it in the past. We didn't get it this year. We're looking into it. Finally, the last item that we can get 3 points for is if a city decides to test the limits of a restrictive state law. So essentially, this is a little carrot they're waving in front of cities, saying we'll give you 3 points if you take your state. Take on your state for an area that you don't get points for. So for example, and this is not at all a suggestion from city staff, I think we would get these points if the city council decided that you wanted to attempt to pass a part of that fair housing ordinance despite that state restriction. I think that they would say, great job, we want to see that. I'm not saying as city staff that's a recommendation. That's the kind of things that they give these points to. It's for states that are more restrictive, challenging the areas that the state is restricting your ability to score higher. So we'll give you a couple more points if you try, or if you see how that goes. And especially with Sterling sitting about 8 feet to my left, I'm not going to make any recommendation on this item whatsoever. But I believe it's the last item. Yes, it is. So those are all the areas that we got points on that we didn't in the past, and ones that we're still not getting full points on. Like I said, this was a a large improvement from last year. We're at 95. I would love to come back next year and tell you that we're at 100. I'll be working to make that happen as best I can. But the trends this year were in the right direction, and I also want to give a huge prop, especially to our library staff, who worked with me over the summer and put together a really strong submission to the Human Rights Campaign that upped our score quite a bit. So I want to give them credit and thanks for their help this last year.
Yet another reason to love our library staff. And nice work on this, and thank you for giving it the level of sincere action that it deserves. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple comments and questions on this. First of all, thank you for the presentation and kudos for the work that went into getting the points that we did and fighting for the points that we didn't. I think my first is something in between a question and a comment on the points that we lost in terms of openly LGBTQ+. I am really struggling on that one to understand how, who is the body that determines
the Human Rights Campaign.
The Human Rights Campaign. How it is not potentially discriminatory or problematic to judge this category based off of external appearances, social media posts, anything like that. This just seems to be a very, at least potentially problematic category. And the more I looked at and thought about this one, kind of the angrier I got about some of the presumptions that may have gone into us losing those points that we've gotten in the past. I know that you made a comment about the efforts that you went into, like digging in on this one and not really wanting to go much further on it, but that's certainly one that I would like to see us push back on, either the loss of points or what measures they're using to judge that category.
Yeah, I can say that I was very surprised when I saw this, and the reason is, simply that you've all been here behind this dais. You were here for 2022 and 2023 for the most part. There's no one that departed from there or from city leadership in that time period. So I don't know what their pool of people they're looking at is. I don't know if they're saying, someone that was down in the city, they had information. I don't no idea who they could have been looking at, but where I look at, leadership and elected officials, the universe of people that comprises that are all still here. So that alone, regardless of whether, how any of them identify publicly or privately, that seems to be just a strange occurrence. And I did reach out to them with a question of their methodology and how this is done, and I have not heard back yet, but I intend to get an answer on that as well, just for our own sake. I've developed a theory of how this happened, but it's probably not one I would like to share at the dais.
That's certainly fair. And then the only other comment that I have on this is just in terms of the youth program anti-bullying ordinance. I actually am very curious about that idea and would like to see us consider something along those lines. I think it would be to go back to Councilmember McCarthy's point. I think the purpose of this really is to focus on just a general anti-bullying ordinance that includes sexual orientation and gender identity. I think what I would be interested in would be seeing us look at something that acknowledged all protected classes, inclusive of those two. But I certainly am interested in seeing what that would look like from us as an organization.
So I actually can comment on that. It'd be fairly easy. You could just use wording that says an ordinance prohibiting any bullying in its youth programs, including bullying on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. Done deal.
Okay. That if I can give a bit of professional opinion of the matter, that is one of the more lower hanging fruits that's left and would be pretty actionable. In our discussions this year, looking at those programs, we talked about trying to build a citywide template that all programs can use for the same, to make sure that they have the same policy if you're in a library program versus a recreation program. And folks I spoke to at different departments of the city were amenable to that. It was something that didn't really get past that stage. So I'd be happy to look into this and come back at a work session in the future.
I'm seeing thumbs up.
I'm seeing thumbs, so I'm going to take that as direction.
And Rebecca Sayers says that pros would be happy to work with you to bring a draft ordinance forward.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I've got direction on that. So with that, I'll say that I think you'll expect to see my name on probably a work session agenda at some point in the future. I don't know if it'll be immediate, but sometime this year we'll try to bring that to you before the end of the calendar year. And sorry, but any other questions or comments?
We always look forward to seeing your name on an agenda. Councilmember McCarthy.
I agree with Councilmember House's comments. You know, the whole idea of this is, are we not being prejudiced? And losing points because we don't have a LGBT council member, which we did since while I was on council, that doesn't show that there's any prejudice. It just shows that, you know, basically in Flagstaff, we elect people to council. They're good people. And we don't care about their sexual orientation. We just judge them if they're good people. And I resent that we lost points for that. Enough said.
Yeah. But one more note that I can say on that topic is that I think that could feasibly include commissions or whatnot. And if you have an idea of approximately what proportion of the population identifies as LGBTQ+, and how large that body of persons is, just mathematically, it's very likely that there's one or more people that would qualify. That said, I don't think that city staff will be attempting to acquire that information nor to submit it for this point. Just our perspective, I think, would be that we'd be fine to not get these points and cultivate a culture of inclusion and respect amongst ourselves, as opposed to doing something like this in a public outward setting to get 2 points on a scorecard like this.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes, I was just going to say that I feel perfectly okay with not getting points in this area. Doesn't bother me at all. I just think it's a really unfair. I mean, we've worked so hard over the years not to ask people those kind of personal kind of questions or to make them feel different. So I find this really problematic that an organization would even try and measure something like that. It just, so yeah. So I don't care if we never, so if we just can get to 98 and forget about these 2 points, that's fine with me.
All right.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. That was a great presentation, and we appreciate all the work that goes into it year round.
Yep. Thank you.
Moving down to item number 10, housing update and follow-up regarding funding allocations for the Homeless Shelter and Services Fund. There are a whole lot of people coming down here to talk to us about this. You know what? I'm sorry. Go ahead and get set up, and we're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, we are ready to get started. I think I alone will listen to the presentation. Welcome, Sarah Dar.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sarah Dar, Housing Director, and it's my pleasure today to be joined by a number of members from the housing team. Today you will hear from, during our presentation, myself, Adriana Fisher, who is our Housing Program Manager, Justina Costa, Assistant Housing Director for our Community Housing Programs, and Christine Pavlik, the Housing and Grants Administrator. It's my great privilege to also this evening introduce you to Jessica Watson, who is our new housing planner. She continues to come to work even after meeting all of us, which we are entirely grateful for. She brings a number of skills to our team, and this is the individual filling the position you approved as part of last year's budget cycle. Thank you very much. We are working to bring her up to speed as quickly as possible without at the same time overwhelming her and making her cry on a daily basis. We're also joined by Marissa, who you know from Sustainability, Marissa Malloy, who we were lucky enough to steal away a while ago. I think Sustainability is no longer upset with us. See, I know. It's good we have such a good working relationship. It's a pleasure to be here before you this afternoon to bring you an update. We were in front of you on September 5th, just over 4 months ago. So we have eliminated some of the things that we talked about 4 months ago. We'll just, not fully eliminated, but eliminated the detail on. We'll fly over the top of those. We're going to provide for you, Adriana will give a 10-year plan update, and then address the Housing Commission membership fare item that Council indicated interest in last month sometime, maybe the end of November, with a staff recommendation for how to meet the goal of including lived experience on the Housing Commission. Justina will give you a short update on bond programming since we've been in front of you on that so much lately. I'll give you an overview of some of the fund administration we've been doing, which will lead into Christine Pavlik providing more funding administration update, and then the opportunity to revisit the funding allocations for the Homeless Shelter and Services Fund that was in front of you on December 19th. And then we'll close with some of the things that you can expect to see from us in the coming months.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, and I always enjoy getting updates on housing because you know it's a big focus for most all of us on council, but I am confused. I thought that we had asked for some details on how we came about to the funding allocations on the special funding, and I just see it, I just saw the presentation today. I didn't see it in the packet, but it just gave us a slide that we had the last time we were meeting, and I don't see the other information that we had requested to come back. I mean, this stuff is good, and I'm happy to be getting an update, but I know there's a really critical timeline for us to vote on this allocation so that the agencies can utilize the funds, and I don't see any new information on that. Am I wrong, confused?
We are joined by members of our procurement and grants and contracts management staff who can answer those questions. A number of, there is more detail in the information verbally that isn't necessarily reflected on the slides, but we will defer to either Patrick Brown or Stacy BK on some of the procurement details surrounding some of the information you requested.
And Councilmember Matthews, it looks like there are several slides starting on slide 15. A couple of those are new slides as well.
Yes, we did expand on what was presented last time.
I do see how the committee was made up and stuff, but I think, at least in my mind, I was looking for, like what we do with the CDBG money, that we look at the applications, we see like more meat on what they're asking for. I know this is special funding, And it's great, but I think that's what was at least my hesitation last time, was just like, I just kind of wanted to know. It's $700,000, it's a lot of money. And I just wanted to be more involved in how those allocations were.
Like I mentioned, we have some additional details in here. It is procurement, catch me if I'm wrong, but it is not typical to share individual raters' scores. Those are average scores. And Christine will talk about there was no bad application as part of that process. I think that's what's reflected in the scores being so close together. So she will discuss some of the methodology utilized in arriving at that recommendation. We have also worked to find additional funding that we are not making a staff recommendation where it goes for council to allocate as they wish. And we have those details embedded in the presentation. Is that something you would like us to address now?
I'd say go through the presentation,
okay.
And then if our questions aren't answered, we can ask them.
Okay. Thank you. With that, then, it's my pleasure to turn this over to Adriana Fisher for an update on progress within the 10-year plan. We are almost 2 years into a 10-year implementation plan.
Hello, Mayor Daggett and council members. As you heard from Sarah Dar, my name is Adriana Fisher. I'm the Housing Program Manager for the Housing section. I have the privilege of overseeing the implementation of the 10-year housing plan. Thank you for allowing us to be here today to provide you with an update on the plan's progress. The 18-month implementation plan lists 9 of 58 housing plan strategies to work on from January 2023 through June 2024. The strategies support the overarching goal of, I guess it helps if we move these along, reducing the affordable housing need in the Flagstaff community by half over the next 10 years. Each fiscal year's implementation plan will contain several strategies to keep the plan on schedule. Today, you'll receive a strategy update, but we also call attention to the 10-year housing plan progress graphic on the screen. The graphic shows data from the plan's adoption on February 15th, 2022 through September 30th of last year. An updated graphic will be posted on the housing section webpage late this month or early February to cover October to November data. As you can see on the graphic, as of the end of September, 220 residents were impacted through programs like the Community Development Block Grant, funded eviction prevention program through the county, the city's EH and CHAP down payment assistance programs. Thank you for your support in increasing those assistance amounts recently, and through the Community Land Trust Program's affordable resales. Additionally, you'll see that 745 market rate units, which were tracked through a final building inspection report, have been built since the adoption of the plan. Market rate units include apartments, single-family homes, condos, townhomes, etc. We're also thrilled to share that 108 affordable units have been built and occupied, and 201 more affordable units are committed through rezoning approvals and development agreements. That's actually listed in the little red circle. We're not counting those as actually affordable units yet.
Adriana, can I stop you right there?
Yeah.
I know the definition of affordable, 30% of a person's income, but for this and your record keeping, since the AMI can, it's such,
yeah.
How are you coming up with this figure in the affordable category?
Thank you for the question, Mayor, council members. So we count those based on any LIHTC units, any affordable properties through the land trust program, any deed restricted units that a developer is giving us. Those are just some, if that helps. Yeah, it does. Perfect.
Sorry, just to clarify, does this also include the, now I'm not remembering the name of the project, but it was a 221? Yeah, the Roars project?
Yeah, we're not counting until the units have been completed. So we're not, no. No, the answer is no.
Sorry,
my first time
then
here.
can you differentiate for me then on this 201 committed but not shown in graphic? Would those not have counted towards the committed number? So would that make that number 422 instead of 201?
When we were developing the measurement criteria for this, we wanted to be able to indicate units that are completed and built and occupied, because there are so many units that end up committed that we don't see for a decade or many years in the future. And so we utilize the 108, and then the 201 are the units exactly what we're talking about, where someone has made a commitment to the city to do them, but they are not built or occupied. And so we have the 108 that are built and occupied, and an additional 201 that are committed.
So keep in mind also that this data is through September 30th. So if the commitment happened between September 30th, which it didn't happen.
We'll look at that number, you're right. Roars is above that number. We likely pulled off of development agreements. So we will update that and we'll send you an email with what that correct number should be. Thank you for that catch.
All right. Thank you for the question. So moving on to the current strategies, we are going to be discussing Create 5.1 and Connect 2.3, which have been completed. Create 5.1 was completed through the approval of a contract with Dowell on July 3rd, and work is underway through a multidisciplinary team led by Planning Director Michelle McNulty, who was just here, I believe, in November to give you an update. The team consists of housing, sustainability, planning, and engineering staff, along with a NAPDA representative. Housing staff met with the city clerk's office and legal department to discuss Connect 2.3 and identify ways to promote diversity within the Housing Commission and the Housing Authority Board. This resulted in the following actions, which will benefit all city boards and commissions rather than just their own. A diversity question is now part of the boards and commission application. The city clerk's office will remind council to consider diversity when they email you applications before appointments. Template language can now be found on staff summaries as a recommendation for council to consider diversity. And the city clerk's office created a marketing guide for staff liaisons to expand their efforts when marketing seats to gain a more diverse pool of applicants. We have one more that has been completed recently since our last update. Create 5.3 was completed through the rechartering of the Interdepartmental Staff Group, also known as IDS. The group now consists of 2 housing staff persons, a housing planner, and a housing planning manager. Thank you for that position again, who are dedicated to new residential development coming through the IDS process. And we have some strategies that are soon to be completed. Sorry about that. We have Create 4.3, which the phenomenal Tiffany Antal, Zoning Code Manager, is diligently working on, and the actual strategy will be accomplished by amending the text in the public facilities zone to permit residential land uses. The text amendment for this change is going to the Planning and Zoning Commission for approval tomorrow, actually, and will come to you on February 6th with a potential second reading on February 20th. The change will then take about 30 days to take effect. Staff are asked to create and maintain an affordable housing impact statement through Protect 2.1, as you can see. Staff have researched this topic and are drafting a document to vet through other departments before finalizing. And we do have some ongoing strategies. I'm sure this looks familiar. The first one is Connect 1.2. Housing has had 3 years of one-time funding for a housing navigator position and submitted a budget request to make the position permanent in fiscal year 24-25. As for Protect 2.4, it has been a great opportunity for the housing section to increase community outreach and education as opportunities present themselves and as staff capacity allows. Most recently, housing staff celebrated Housing America Month through social media channels. We would like to express our gratitude for your support and participation in November's acknowledgement of our biggest and youngest affordable housing supporter, Arlo. The sticker with his design has been disseminated throughout the community and has elicited many smiles. So as we reach the end of the fiscal year, housing staff are now preparing a fiscal year 2024-2025 implementation plan. The implementation plan will be presented to the Housing Commission in May, and then it will come to you by June. So, pivoting to our next topic, along with overseeing the 10-year housing plan, I'm one of 2 Housing Commission staff liaisons. Today, in response to a recent FAIR request, I'd like to provide you with a brief overview of the Commission's membership composition. The Housing Commission was established in 2019 as an advisory board to City Council shortly after the declaration of the housing emergency. The Commission was asked to make recommendations regarding housing policies, needs, and programs and furnish that information to you through our Housing Director, Sarah Dar, who is the other staff liaison for the Commission. The Housing Commission is the largest city commission with the following 13 required seats. 6 required building and real estate professionals with required realtor, lender, property manager, builder, and developer seats. So that's 5 out of 6. The builder and developer seats are typically the most difficult to fill. 4 required low-income housing experts with 1 of those seats, required to be a City of Flagstaff Housing Authority board member, and 3 required community representatives. Which brings us to our next point. While lived experience is not a requirement at this time, the Housing Commission has the following representation: formerly unsheltered, renter, and homeowner. Understanding the impetus behind the FAIR request to ensure the Housing Commission has a member with lived unsheltered experience on the Commission, staff recommends adding a question to the board's and Commission's application, much like the diversity question recently added and discussed earlier in this presentation, rather than adding a 14th member. This will allow you to consider this additional information when making an appointment. Before we move on to the other items, we are available for questions and any direction that you may have on this item.
Councilmember House.
I don't know if you guys are going to kill me on this. Not that I am going back or completely backtracking on this FAIR. I do think that it's an important consideration. But at the same time, considering the conversation that we just had about the equity index and the strong reaction that I had on the points that were lost on that would have forced someone to essentially out themselves if they were not comfortable doing that. I am also looking at this potential question and considering the potential for a similar situation in terms of someone who has experienced homelessness. I'm wondering if the question maybe could be broader to ask if they've had direct some sort of direct connection to experiences of homelessness, whether it was their own or I think there is value in, let's say, someone who knows someone who experienced homelessness or indirectly or all of those sorts of things. I'm thinking back to the answers that we often see on the diversity question, where somebody might say, like, I'm not necessarily a stereotypical answer of, yes, I represent diversity, but I understand the importance of that, or I have worked on this topic or have done work in this area. And seeing the connection there is, I think, what's the important point, not necessarily fitting any sort of stereotypical definitions. So I am open to, and I'd like to hear other conversation from council if anybody else has feelings on this, but I'd like to see maybe a broader question there so that folks are not feeling that discomfort in potentially having to disclose something that they, aren't necessarily comfortable putting out there on an application that would become public.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think that was, I was thinking that when this fair item came up, and maybe a way to open that up so we're not trying to get too personal is in the application saying, is there additional information you would like to share, such as any, any experience or knowledge in people that have struggled with housing insecurities and stuff, and then they can feel free to either share or be vague or not answer at all, but it's not a circle of box. They can just, if they want to come forth and say, actually, I struggle all the time, or so make it just an option for additional comments.
Thank you.
And I would add to that I believe that it's a common concern for council members, and so maybe in the recruitment, we could take extra care and extra efforts to reach out and include information about our housing commission to people who might have been impacted by the issue. And I'd also, I don't know how the rest of the council feels about this, but I would be open if you think that there's a better combination or makeup of a housing commission that would be maybe more productive. It was put together, and now we've utilized it. And if you would want to recommend any changes, I know I would be open to that discussion if you think it's one that would be good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I really value the comments from my colleagues, and I'm supportive of everything that's been said so far. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. If there's no other comments or questions on this, I will hand it over to Justine Acosta, Assistant Housing Director, for the bond update. Thank you.
Good evening. Justine Acosta, your Assistant Housing Director. Thanks for having me. I have one quick slide. We have talked about the housing bond in depth with you all over the last few months, and so this is more like a refresher, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you may have. As you know, the first project that we tackled under the bond program specifically for housing was the $5 million allocated for the rental incentive bond program. That NOFA is drafted by staff and is currently being reviewed by purchasing. It was under review with the outside bond counsel. However, we did receive information from them saying that we're good to go late last night. So legal review will follow, and we're anticipating to publish that NOFA to the public for their response by the end of this month. We feel like we're really on top of that, so very proud of that accomplishment. The next project we're hoping to tackle is expanding the homebuyer assistance program. That, if you will recall, is $7 million. Currently, we are administering a contract with Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona, which is their community homebuyer assistance program that it's our homebuyer assistance program that they're managing for us. There's money left in that, approximately $280,000 that we're hoping to expend before we tackle this dollar amount. That contract, if you recall, was recently amended by you all, increasing the assistance amount per household to $40,000. And so while we're spending down that money with Housing Solutions, we are conducting research on best practices for the use of this bond funding, because we're hoping to incorporate perhaps a few different levels of homebuyer assistance practices, not just what we've currently done. And with that, we're hoping to bring forward to the Housing Commission and work with them in spring to discuss potential ideas and discuss this further. So you will hear from us more about that in the spring. Any questions?
I have a quick one. I'm wondering if you've heard any feedback about the increase in the amount that would be available. Are people in the industry thinking that it will make a difference? Or if you've heard anything?
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for that question. Absolutely. I believe, and Devonna McLaughlin can nod and agree with me, that yes, it is making a difference and it is opening the door to more homeowners, potential homeowners. Thank you. Next, I'm going to pass it to Sarah, who is going to take us into our federal and state funding grants conversation.
She even changed the slide for me. Thank you. Mayor and Council, we have been doing this as part of our regular updates to you. We have been tasked with the administration of a great deal of one-time money in the recent years, so we wanted to give you an ongoing update of those monies. As you can see from the funding sources, the older ones starting at the top are fully expended, over 300 million. Not 300 million, I wish. Over 3 million has been expended of the 6.1 available. And you can see we have a significant amount of CDBG dollars left unexpended at this point in time, as well as some ARPA dollars. In the upcoming slides, Christine will talk to you about allocating those ARPA dollars. I did want to quickly take this opportunity to let you know that due to no one particular situation, without any single instance being at fault, et cetera, we are going to miss the CDBG benchmark this year. That is called the 1.5 test, and it is as of a test date in April. We are supposed to have no more than 1.5 of our last year's grant funds remaining. We have hit somewhat of a perfect storm with all of this other money flowing into our community and it being one-time money that does not provide the opportunity for our partners to staff up. We prioritize the expenditure of the ARPA money. There was a lot of pressure coming from the federal government, et cetera, to get that money out and making a difference in the community. And HUD just recently extended the deadline for having ARPA money spent. But we were spent down in time for that deadline, which has pushed some of the CDBG implementation back. Further complicating this situation, our partners have encountered supply chain issues, have encountered rising costs that no longer fit within the proposal they submitted to us, and they are seeking additional funding to accomplish things, et cetera. Is this a giant red X? No, it's a small red check mark. We have been proactive and have already been in touch with the Phoenix HUD office. When this letter comes, it will require us to write a remediation plan discussing how our community will spend those dollars in a timely manner within the next year. We've already done that. We've already had conversations with our HUD rep. We've already drafted that remediation plan, et cetera. We are also not alone in this boat. There are a number of communities that are facing the exact same thing we are, with the perfect storm of supply chain and staffing and prices going up, et cetera, that have prohibited the timely expenditure of these CDBG dollars. Again, this is not the fault of any one agency or of staff. It's where we've landed. I am proud of our staff staying on top of it. Quite often we wouldn't look at these numbers until February or March, but they knew we were going to miss it and were proactive in pursuing solutions. This will also impact some of the questions on the CDBG application, talking about timely expenditure. If you have a current award of any funding from the city, how will you guarantee spend down of your existing monies, or how will you spend down your existing monies and ensure that any new monies are spent in a timely manner? Again, if we were to miss this year after year, it is possible that we could lose funding. But that's a multi-year process with many mediation steps in between, and I am confident standing in front of you today that this will be the only time that we miss this benchmark. Moving into getting ready to set you up for the discussion for the Department of Housing, Homeless Shelter, and Services funds.
Excuse me, Sarah.
Yes.
Councilmember Matthews has a question.
So the $307,000 for the CDBG year 21, is that construction? Is that one agency? Is that still going to just be pending out there because now they need more funding? I mean, I just gave a little bit of a meeting with a small agency on grant funding and said, if you aren't sure you can spend it all before the grant expiration, it's going to be an issue. And seeing that we have money from 2021, I'm just curious if you could provide more detail.
I could get you that detail in writing. What I can tell you is I know that that number is higher than what we are permitted to spend on public services. So that does tell me that there is housing money within that, but we can get you that breakdown if you'd like of those outstanding pieces. All right. Throughout the past years of allocating all of these fundings, we have gone through a similar process that we did with the Arizona Department of Housing funding. It's our responsibility to ensure a fair and equitable process in the distribution of these funds. We have looked to mirror language from our funding agency, the parent funding agency, in all instances, whether that money be coming from the federal government or the Arizona Department of Housing. Based on your desire for additional information, I am joined by, and I don't remember who I'm supposed to punt to first, I think Stacy BK and or Patrick, to come up and talk a little bit more about the guidelines that we follow, the processes within the city, et cetera. And then Christine will be back to talk about funding allocations.
So I am so delighted that council loves housing so much that we have so many questions for you. And Councilmember Harris has a question regarding CDBG.
Good evening, everyone. CDBG funds, how much did you say was left?
Councilmember Harris, on the screen is a breakout of 3 different CDBG fund years. It's actually a breakout of 4, showing that the fiscal year, it's PY for HUD, it's a program year, and different than a fiscal year because HUD has to be different. It's denoted by the year the program ends, so PY 21 is actually FY 22. It's great fun to keep track of these things. You can see that the program year 2020 is entirely spent down. We are more than halfway through of program year 21, have started spending program year 22, and have not yet seen expenditures resulting in program year 23. Another element that has changed it for us is HUD changed how we have to do environmental reviews. We did the process we understood to be correct, and they sent them back to us, thus extending our timeline of getting money out into the community. We had stayed on top of those changes, but clearly didn't understand them.
And so, second question.
Yes, ma'am.
As briefly as you can, the CDBG funds, what can they be used for?
As briefly as I can do that. CDBG funds are to be used primarily for the benefit of low and moderate income persons. Because they are HUD funds, they are centered on housing activities. However, HUD does recognize that housing is not an activity unsupported by surrounding services, and thus we are permitted to spend 15% of our allocation towards things they call public service activities. So that would be things like staffing at a shelter, staffing at anything that is not bricks and mortar housing, down payment and closing cost assistance, that type of thing. So those are those two categories. There is an ability to spend CDBG dollars within economic development piece. We have found that particularly difficult in a community of our size, especially with our overwhelming housing needs. So primarily for the benefit of low and moderate income persons in the areas of housing and public service.
Okay,
and do say those words.
And then do you break, say for example, the 307, would you break that down into the 15% and then the 85%? Do you do it that way? I mean, am I making sense?
I think I understand your question. I'm going to answer what I think you're asking, and if I'm wrong, tell me I didn't get it.
Okay.
So when we come to you with CDBG, the other allowable category for spending is administration. And so we come to you saying, this is our award, this is the maximum amount we can spend in the public service area, and this is the amount that we recommend for expenditure in the administrative area. These are the dollars remaining for the housing category. Now, council at its discretion can choose to move public service dollars out of public service into housing, should they choose to do so, but we cannot move money typically in the other direction because of that 15% cap. Administrative funds are also capped at 20%, so you will see that breakdown of funds every year when we come to you. Did that get your question?
Okay, and almost. So in that 307, because we're kind of trying to spin stuff down, is it 15% of the 307?
No, ma'am, it's 15% of the total award, but because I know that 15% of that total award is less than 307, my conclusion was it includes housing activities as well.
Okay, all right. Okay, for now, that's good. Thank you.
You're welcome. We're also happy to meet with any of you one-on-one and go over things in more detail should you desire.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, out of curiosity, are the agencies that are still, I understand just the perfect storm, it was a lot of things affected a lot of different areas of our city, but is there a policy or requirement, like are agencies that have been awarded the 610 still haven't spent the 307? Are we allowed to continue to award them new CDBG money when they haven't used up prior year's money?
Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, the simple answer is yes. And we typically typically award money to agencies that are still spending down previous awards. I've been doing CDBG for 24 cycles, and we've never had a situation like this before. Staff does stay on top of these awards, and from time to time, if someone is showing an inability to spend those dollars, we will reallocate that funding as part of the next CDBG round. So sometimes we come to you with a CDBG allocation amount larger than our actual award from HUD, and sometimes that's because we are reallocating dollars that agencies were unable to spend, either in a timely manner or hit a roadblock they didn't think they could overcome. And so, but the simple answer to your question is yes. We have the ability to award to agencies with an existing award, which is one of the reasons we're going to add a question to this year's process of how will you ensure that you're spending down money? As far as the money from program year 23, we have to own our part in that with the environmental reviews and us not getting contracts out in the timeline that we anticipated.
And so the 1.5 million benchmark, we were about a million at PY22, correct?
It's 1.5 of our grant award. So that number fluctuates depending on what our grant award is. So when we have a grant award in fiscal year or in program year 21 of $767,000, and then our allocation dropped to 610, in program year 23, it's 1.5 of 610. And so those larger grant awards ultimately work against us in this spend down piece. But we work with it because the money is so valuable within our community.
And so just to be clear, we will not be opening up a grant cycle for CDBG this year because we don't have the funds. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, no. We will be receiving an allocation of funds and we will open a grant cycle. HUD does not remove this money from us until we mess up multiple years in a row.
Okay, so the test, the 1.5 test, we missed that deadline, but unless we do it in multiple years, it's not going to be approved.
Correct. This is one of those little red check marks HUD doesn't like to see, where they will pay attention. We have to write a remediation plan, et cetera. However, we do anticipate the spend down pieces impacting our recommendations to you this coming year so that we're not in this situation the following year. Justina just wrote other communities on my paper. You want to come expand on that? We often are on the same wavelength.
She usually absolutely reads my mind. So one thing Sarah didn't mention is we're not the only ones in Arizona that are not meeting the 1.5 test. Absolutely not. We are probably one of 5. Yeah, so we're not alone. A lot of municipalities are having these exact same problems. So I wanted to add that. Punting now to Stacy BK, please. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Stacey Breckman-Eggs, Grants, Contracts, Emergency Management Director. A couple things, a little bit on the side is, as you know, I've been here 39 years, 40 in February, and we have not had this issue with the 1.5, and I've overseen CDBG before the 50,000 population and so forth. So they've done an excellent job. I think a lot of it, like I said, we're not alone. And they do a wonderful job trying to do it. But I think this ARPA also caused some resource capacity and timing getting these ARPA funds. We decided to go ahead and give a lot of that to housing because they do such a good job with compliance and administering these funds on the city's behalf. And those all have to be obligated, all the federal funds, by June 30. So we have to have a contract or some form of obligation with ARPA funds. So we're on that fast track. So that's causing some of this, I think. And so I think, and probably to other communities are, getting influx from all these COVID funds and these ARPA funds. So it's hitting all the subrecipients to try to draw down it. And a good thing, right? We got all this money. And now we're trying to spend it so fast, and it's difficult on our agencies. So the other thing I want to talk about a little bit is just the solicitation process. This is a grant solicitation process. It's not following a formal procurement code. It's kind of like what the federal government does when we submit a grant application to the federal government. They have a peer review committee. They go through this peer review. That you cannot talk to them. We don't know who's on those committees. They look at your application, they fund them up to the level, and then they have a recommended and not recommended. We can't even get, like on our RAISE grant, we can't even talk to them, or Air Service grant. We can't even ask them for any comments or briefing or anything till after the awards have been made, and then they give kind of that outline of why we didn't get the award so that we can apply the next RAISE grant. So it's a very common process that these guys are following. So we typically don't give names or whoever's on those solicitations. We give an evaluator number 1, 2, 3. We follow very similar processes that Patrick uses, so we could talk about that and what the federal government uses to fund subrecipients. So remember, you're using grant funds from the federal agency. We are the recipient of those grant funds from housing. state housing, and we are then now the grantor to our subrecipients and passing those monies through. And you know this well, I know you do. So I see you nodding, so thank you. And then those evaluation comments to those level of those evaluators, we do not provide them at this point to anybody. I think if you did want to see them in e-session, that's something you could talk about potentially. We can talk to legal if that's something, but that's not something we would provide in anything. And even at the federal government, they don't provide that to us till all awards are made. Then we can have a briefing and get those comments. So I just want you to assure that we're following a very solid process that's been in place for a number of years. We did the same thing with ARPA funds. We followed the same process for those subrecipients. So this is very common practice. So with that, maybe Patrick can share a little bit about the procurement process and how it aligns.
Thank you, Stacy. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Patrick Brown, your Purchasing Director. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about our process. When I say our process, I mean the city's process from a procurement standpoint, following the Procurement Code Manual, which is greatly supported by state legislation and our charter. So in the evaluation process, we, much like Stacy said, they follow that with the grant solicitation process. So in an evaluation phase process, we have experts in the field of whatever we're evaluating, do an evaluation of the solicitation, proposals, bids, what have you. Those evaluations and comments are kept confidential. We even assign numbers, like Stacy said. We assign numbers to keep the anonymity of our evaluators so that the process can't be tainted by any outside interference. So if we were to share any of the comments or detailed evaluation criteria, not criteria, but detailed evaluation scoring by each of those evaluations, there's a tendency to want to dig deep into why that was that way, and there might be some kind of influence that might take place in changing the evaluation or going in a different direction. And that would create an unfair and unequitable process. Council Member Mathis, I was waiting for the mayor to come.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify, because it sounds like maybe there's a little misunderstanding. I think what we had asked for was applications, not the scoring matrix and what points they got for each different thing. We wanted to see what the request was, what the needs were, and just a little bit more information, similar to what we normally get with CDBG.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that process. That's something that Stacy can talk more about, or one of my colleagues from housing, but I'm assuming it's along those same lines. If you're reviewing it and you have a tendency to want to dig deep into why, it could cause some kind of bias and change things, which would then taint the process, and it would have to be canceled altogether. At least in my world, and I think it's similar in their world too. I think I'm punting.
Mayor and Council, we really appreciate the examination of the process and your questions. It is a careful line that we as housing staff walk in a community of our size with so many unique providers, to not create a situation where anyone is particularly called out for not having a great application or for not including information, et cetera. What may look like us being subversive as staff, I can guarantee you it is not. It is us working to ensure a fair and equitable process. We do meet with any awardee or any applicant after the fact, like Stacy talked about, if they desire to do so, to go over their application and help them understand how they scored the way they did, et cetera, but that does not happen until after awards are made. Typically in a procurement process, those things are not shared. We, based on your questions, are examining now the way that we have done CDBG in the past, and perhaps the inappropriate piece here has been sharing the CDBG score sheet. which is arrived at by consensus rather than the process, especially with the funds we're discussing, which are the ADO funds for homeless shelter and services. Those were average scores. They were not consensus scores of a ranking committee. So it's even more of a cold, hard analysis based on the knowledge of the ranking committee. If you
Excuse me, Councilmember Harris has a question.
Question regarding your process. Am I correct in assuming that your process has been run through whoever has responsibility for making sure that processes that we have are legal and fair?
Mayor, council member, yes. Housing staff learned a very long time ago not to move without legal's blessing on a number of things in designing these process. Well, it's not a procurement process. We also consult with procurement as well as grants and contracts to make sure that what we're doing fits in with city rules and regulations and that we're not functioning outside of the box. It's not a joyful moment when legal calls and says, what are you thinking? So we try to make sure they know what they're thinking and we know what they're thinking in advance.
And none of us ever want a call from Attorney Sterling. So I'm assuming also that when you go through whatever process you use, because I'm not familiar with your process, so just put that out there up front. But you try and make sure that everyone has an equal opportunity. And do you account for smaller organizations in the same way you account for larger organizations? Are they given the same consideration or anything different, or am I getting into some weeds here?
Mayor, Councilmember Harris, it's a bit weedy. We work,
okay.
One of our responsibilities within a process like this is a risk assessment because yes, the monies come to us and we grant them into the community, but when push comes to shove, if there is something done inappropriately with that funding, it is our responsibility. So one of the things that we do is conduct a risk assessment, agency capacity to administer, agency experiencing with administering, that type of thing. Those things are taken into account equally across the board. When we encounter a smaller agency that may not have the capacity to do so, we have often to administer federal funds compliantly, or they have a lack of experience, we have often recommended a partnership or bringing forward a fiduciary agent such as United Way to help them administer those funds compliantly so that agencies without that experience are not necessarily excluded right off the bat.
But then if you have them do a partnership, then that reduces the amount of funds they can get because they have to pay for that resource. And okay, never mind. I'll just stop right there. Forget it. Forget the rest of my questions. Go ahead.
With that, I'd like to turn it over to Christine Pavlik, who's going to go over some of the items that are important to note when discussing the homeless shelter and services funds from Department of Housing, and then some other funding that we have out there with CDBG and victim services funds. Our conversation has taken us in a direction that this feels kind of like a non sequitur, but if you'll roll with us, we will get there.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff who's still here with us. Like Sarah said, I'm going to give you an update on some important upcoming funding opportunities, and I want to give you a good outline of what this year's Community Development Block Grant public participation process is going to look like for our annual action plan. But first, I do want to provide a review of the Homeless Shelter and Services Fund's allocation recommendations. So like we talked about before, in May, we were made aware of the Notice of Funding Availability released by the Arizona Department of Housing. These were general funds that were allocated in the state budget from last fiscal year. So we found out about 3 days before the application was due. we really thought it was important to bring these funds in, even though it was a stretch to our capacity to get that application turned in. We know our local service providers are in great need. So we scrambled to submit that application, and we were successful in being awarded $840,000. Again, allowable activities are things like outreach to persons experiencing homelessness, operating support for shelters and other programs, motel and hotel vouchers, and other supportive services. And then Flagstaff was one of 7 cities to receive a collective $20 million from the Department of Housing. So we released a notice of funding availability on September 20th, and applications were due back to the city on October 10th. We also published a notice in the Arizona Daily Sun. The NOFA was posted on our website and included the entire application and the scoring sheet and information so that the applicants know what information will be used to evaluate their answers and to evaluate their program impact. For this application, there were 11 scored questions ranging from 5 to 15 points. From 4 different sections. And so this included questions about the agency's history administering funds for the city and in general, their data collection practices, their fiscal management policies and procedures, and capacity for administering funds, as well as details about the agency's programs and demonstrated local need. We also award points for participation in the continuum of care, and that's pass-fail. So if you aren't participating, you don't get any points in that category. So the ranking committee met in mid-October. We discussed applications, and ultimately they provided funding recommendations that would be first taken to the Housing Commission. The ranking committee included 2 housing section employees, 1 grants and contracts employee, a housing commission member, and a community member with expertise in grant funding and social services. So city staff utilizes the risk assessment and recommendations of the ranking committee to make final funding recommendations that we take to the commission, and then we get their recommendation to take those allocation recommendations to city council. I said recommendation a lot of times. So as shown on this slide, our total allocation from the Department of Housing is $840,000. And when we presented to you last month, we had stated that the city would request 17% of the funds for admin and indirect costs. But staff has worked with purchasing and grants and contracts to identify an option for council consideration where less funding will be utilized for indirect costs, thus increasing the amount that we can award into the community. So this slide shows, again, the requested amounts along with the average scores from the ranking committee. The ranking committee opted to recommend full funding for the first 3 highest ranking proposals and partially fund the following 3 based on their minimum requests that were listed in their application. So the closeness of the scores show that there was found to be minimal risk with all of the proposed projects and significant need in multiple eligible service areas. So considering how close these scores are, the ranking committee didn't rely on the scores as much when making these recommendations, but rather worked to ensure that all proposals would receive funding to support the programs because they found them all impactful and compelling. Scores in impact were certainly used to evaluate applications, but we didn't just say your score equals your funding. We took in other considerations. So I can speak to some of the lower scoring questions and kind of what's most impactful in an application if you have questions about that. But ultimately, as you can see, as staff, we haven't revised the recommendations from the ranking committee and approved by the Housing Commission. But you, City Council, you do have the discretion to distribute funding as you desire. And so the additional funding that was found, that $56,000, was not part of the original recommendation. So we would ask that you provide direction for the programming of that remaining balance. And then again, contracts are scheduled to be presented for your consideration on February 6th, as we do have a tight deadline in our organizations that we partner with need to request funds for only July 1, 2023 to June 30, 2024.
And the reduction in the administrative amount, I'm sure that you gave this a lot of thought and you calculated it and you feel that you can do this with the reduced administrative amount.
Yes, essentially what we talked to management services and our friend Rick Tatter, I don't know if he's here, about, and Stacy BK, was using the 10% federal de minimis that they use for all federal awards. Is that correct?
Yeah, hi, Stacy Recognized Grants Contracts Emergency Management Director. The city's cost allocation, our indirect cost rate, came in high, and Rick Tatter, Management Services Director, Brandy Suda, and myself met, and we elected to do the 10% de minimis, which is the federal de minimis amount that you can request. So all our grant applications at the federal grants are at 10%. So we've held it at a 10%. When they were doing this calculation, they had used a higher rate, but across the board, all federal grant applications we're holding at that 10% de minimis.
Thank you. So what you are looking for from us is whether we want to change any of the allocations and what to do with the 56,000.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Matthews.
Just a comment and a thought. You know, I feel like now the 56,000 gets to be pet projects that maybe council will have without really knowing, again, the story behind these asks. You know, I look at Catholic Charities, the PATH program. We just went through the longest night memorial, and 14 people died out in the elements in PATH program. Their outreach that's what they focus on, is getting people out of the elements. So we could all have arguments for our pet projects, and so we are entering into a very dangerous conversation because, you know, at face value, you know, we can make one decision without knowing, you know, and I see this shelter services, obviously they provide a huge benefit to our community, but without really knowing like other information about it. You know, they had the biggest ask, almost asking for 80% of the whole grant, and that I thought that was interesting that an agency would ask for such a big amount of what's available for the community. And even though they scored the lowest, they're getting the most money. So it's just, I don't think tonight, whatever we discuss, I'm going to feel warm and fuzzy about it. I just don't like the way the whole thing came about. And now we're going to be throwing out our, you know, favorites and stuff without really understanding the impact. Smaller communities, our agencies, I'm sorry, $100,000 is like $1 million to a larger agency. And so that has to be factored in, like what big impact does it have, you know, in our aging out foster youth. That's, I mean, it's like over 400 youth aging out of the system up in northern Arizona. And so there's just so much we don't know looking at this. And I'm not going to say anymore. I'm not even going to give an input to it because I'm just bothered by this whole process.
Councilmember Harris.
Okay. This is really to my fellow council members. You know, every Tuesday when we come and sit on this dais, we have some tough decisions to make about our community. Some of them are not very comfortable at all. They're hard decisions. We go home afterward. We kind of, you know, maybe we don't sleep. Maybe we have, you know, more glasses of wine than usual, or whatever it is that we do to get through it. But we cannot shy away from making those tough decisions and asking those tough questions. People are depending on us to do this. And I'm not admonishing anyone. I'm not saying that you're not doing your job. So do not hear that. Hear me trying to be encouraging, to give us courage to step up and do the tough, hard things that we have to do, because our community is depending on us to do this. With that being said, I have a lot of questions about this. And I really do think that I would like to talk to staff, probably Sterling, to see how far I can go in terms of the questions that I might want to ask. So I don't think we have to make a decision tonight, but we get to ask a whole bunch of questions that might help us get to a decision at some point. So that's kind of what I had to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. And while technically, yes, you don't need to make a decision tonight, we really would encourage you to make a decision tonight and provide some direction because we have a timeline for these funds. We need to make sure that our agency partners are able to know that they have these funds coming so that they can potentially, if it includes an expansion, which is hiring a new person, that they can get that person on board in time to be able to bill us for their salary and things like that. I did want to point out we did provide minimum requests, and you can certainly provide direction that you want us to determine what to do with that extra money. You do not have to determine what to do with it.
Thank you. Justina Costa, Assistant Housing Director. And along those same exact lines, one of the recommendations that staff did bat around to bring to you but decided not to was to take that $56,000 and equally allocate it amongst the 3 lowest scoring agencies. We were going to propose that and then decided that we would leave that strictly up to you. So that's an option.
Thank you. Councilmember House?
I'm even going back and forth on how exactly I want to say this, because I want to make it clear how much I appreciate the work that has gone into this, the work that you all have done as the housing team for this, this funding. And I really appreciate bringing back this additional $56,000. I think my concern or challenge on this is that one of the concerns that I brought up last time was that consideration of, with how close all these scores were, the idea of equity and fairness, with us saying that if it's not fair for anyone to get full allocation, then that challenge of seeing those first 3 getting their full allocation, if that makes sense. I was expecting today that we were going to see some recommendations for changes on those. So without that, it does really put it back to us in terms of just divvying up that additional $56,000. Actually, Justina, I really appreciate you sharing that on the recommendation that you were going to bring, because I was actually doing that math myself in terms of like what is the most fair to do with that additional funding. I still think that the most fair thing would be that if no one can receive full funding, then no one should receive full funding. However, I think because of how up against the wire we are and making sure that nobody is losing out on the opportunity for this funding, we're kind of in that spot of just having to figure out what to do with this additional funding. And it seems like the most fair thing to do is to equally divide it among those 3, even though it is just squeaking them above the minimum request that 2 of those organizations asked for. I think part of what's challenging to me is seeing that those top 3 had minimums too and are being funded at the full request that they had, where the bottom 3, who are serving such a large number of the community, are being funded at just the minimum request. So that's where I think there's the need to really figure out how to best divvy up these remaining funds. And I am open to the conversation that will come from council on how best to do that. I am open to the idea of just dividing it evenly among them. And just moving forward and knowing that if this sort of opportunity comes up again, then there will be other opportunities to re-examine how a process like this happens. But yeah, but just again to re-emphasize how much I appreciate the work that did go into this. I know it was a challenging situation. It's just, we're where we're at.
Thank you so much for your comments. And I do want to share that we did consider the possibility of changing the recommended allocations, but ultimately felt like that would take away from the competitive, the fair and competitive process. So, and we also felt like it was the most respectful way to move forward with our volunteers that served on the ranking committee and served on our housing commission and recommended these allocations. So while we respect that the amounts may need to change based on your feedback, ultimately we felt that feedback needed to come from you all.
And could you speak to, because this happens with CDBG funding as well, and I'm sure that this exact situation has happened, or I'm guessing that it has. Can you just speak to that briefly?
Yeah, you know, I've had folks share with me from there. Luckily, we have our CDBG administrators from 30 years ago here on our staff, and they have shared that for the most part, city councils have mainly, you know, gone forward with what staff has recommended and what the ranking committee has recommended. However, there were some years where council did want to get into the nitty-gritty and change allocations, and I can let Sarah tell you how that went.
And I'm asking more specifically to some organizations being fully funded.
Mayor, I was actually coming up to speak to that very point. Thank you so much. Our typical methodology in recommending CDBG funding is to start with the highest scoring agency and allocate fully down until we don't have any more money. And then talk to the next agency to see if they are able to implement with a partial award. We worked preemptively in this instance, and we've actually started asking folks preemptively, what is your minimum request? Because there are times where you just can't move forward without full funding, or you've got to have 2/3 of it or whatever. So in lieu of us going back to folks and being like, hey, if you weren't to get a full award, what would you need to make this work? We've started preemptively asking that question. So our typical CDBG recommendation process has been to start at the top with the highest scoring and fund down until we run out of money. With these scores being so close to each other, my understanding from the committee, I did not participate in it, but it was important to the committee to recognize the value of these services in our community and what they provide. We are in a tough spot with, do we do redo recommendations, do we not redo recommendations, and it's our responsibility to represent to you the Housing Commission's recommendations based off the recommendations of the ranking committee. We talked about, do we try to pull everybody back together and redo, and we ended up with, these are the recommendations that they were made. It is fully within council's purview to do whatever you would like with the funds. We serve at your pleasure. In years past, we have seen recommendations largely followed. There was one instance in 2009 where council did completely redo the funded agencies that were not recommended for funding based on risk analysis, et cetera. It was a very difficult administrative year. We had agencies who had no experience working to administer funds. They were giving funds back. We had findings against them for not being able to adequately administer, et cetera. That is not our situation here. There is not a proposal in front of you today that is from an agency that we were not comfortable with a risk, with our risk analysis of them. So that is part of the basis for the funding recommendations you see in front of you.
Thank you. Sterling.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, in light of some of the comments from Councilmember Harris as well as other council members and the discussion, there have been quite a few questions that have been raised that are or not raised because they may be legal questions. I'd just like to offer up an executive session next Tuesday before the council meeting. I know you need some direction tonight, staff. I know that time is of the essence here. That said, even if direction is given, some of those questions could be asked next week. I would actually recommend an executive session next week. on the legal questions that some of the council members have. I think that could be helpful. And with the timing and the deadline and such, I don't know that that's going to be that problematic to wait one more week. I'll defer to staff on that, but I'm just offering that up, recommending it actually.
I think another week would be reasonable, and then maybe we could talk to one of the Stacys about a walk-on item, because I don't think you guys can provide direction in executive session. Is that correct?
You can't provide direction in executive session. You can here at a work session. You wouldn't be making an ultimate decision tonight in the work session anyway. It would just be providing direction, and that's why if this is put on for a discussion at the regular meeting next week following an executive session, you could provide that direction during the discussion, and we could go from there.
And so will an ordinance be coming to us
Not at the regular meeting next week, no.
Okay, it will just be
on for discussion like it is tonight.
Okay.
And direction could be given after that discussion.
Great, thank you.
The point in which you all vote is when we bring you the contracts. We just don't want to bring you contracts you haven't had an opportunity to discuss.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
I think Attorney Sterling, I like saying Sterling, and I know your last name is Solomon, but I think Attorney Sterling answered my question.
Thank you. I will say that I am fine with the allocations, and I'm also fine with taking the 56 and dividing it between the last three. Council? Vice Mayor?
I'll briefly weigh in. I'm a little frustrated by this. I feel like we already provided some direction previously on this. My recommendation hasn't changed. I do feel that Flagstaff Shelter Services provides the most salient services and shelter for our homeless population to the greatest number of people. I think it's a shot in the face to them to allot only less than half of what they're saying they need, which is a lot more than what they've requested. And that recommendation is not going to change. I understand that this is a zero-sum game, and if money goes to somewhere, it has to come from somewhere else. But just in the sheer solar system that we're talking about, Flagstaff Shelter Services is the Jupiter, and it deserves the biggest sweep of these funds that we can give, that we can possibly give them. That recommendation is not going to change. I don't know that I needed an executive session to come to that conclusion or to say any more on it next week. And that's not a firm recommendation. It's a direction. I realize that the actual numbers are going to settle where they settle, but I stand firm on my general philosophy about that.
Any other, Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, I'm not ready to give direction tonight, and I would really appreciate having an opportunity to talk with in an executive session. And if that means that maybe I need to do a one-on-one with Attorney Sterling, that's fine if that's the way council wants to go, but I'm not going to give any direction tonight because I have a lot more questions.
Councilmember Sweet and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm struggling with tonight. Thank you for all the work you've put in. I do have questions. I spoke with you prior to the last meeting and I got a lot of them answered, but I didn't get this until tonight. I looked yesterday, I didn't see the presentation. I didn't see it until tonight. And I feel like, you know, what the mayor was saying, I agree with that. But on the other hand, I do want to hear the questions brought up by my colleagues, because clearly I think we have some. So I'm inclined to say, you know, my direction for tonight would be going with the recommendation, splitting the rest amongst the last three. But I'm not firm on that, because I think, given if we do go into executive session next week, I will have more questions, and that might change. I do appreciate everything you've put into this. Clearly, we have a lot of staff here who know a lot more than I do, and I'm willing to admit that. So I think I need more time, and maybe to ask questions with you directly and to have the executive session. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just really briefly, reading between the lines, I wanted to clarify, especially for Councilmember Harris, I'm not suggesting that we don't go into executive session next week or have this discussion next week. I see the value in doing that, and I want to acknowledge and affirm that others on council require a little bit more clarity and discernment here. That's perfectly reasonable. I'm just stating my position. Probably will not, it hasn't switched in the last couple of weeks, and I don't think it will, anything will be revealing enough to make that change next week.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I know I said I wasn't going to say anything else, but and I'm struggling with this. Again, we're going back to what we think on the surface, like where the bigger need is. Clearly, the shelter services serves more individuals, but not seeing the whole picture doesn't tell us the whole story on, is this an extra project? Is this, they get millions of dollars from the state, from the Bill Gates Foundation, to others that these other agencies don't. So now it comes down to our pet projects. I don't want to delay this. Obviously, we're going to do it another week. I understand from an agency aspect, this is devastating that we're having this conversation tonight, because they have to spend, and a lot of it is salaries, they have to spend it before, what's the date, July?
June 30, 2024.
So they wrote a budget, a request based on an assumption they were going to get monies and be able to spend it by then. And now they can't, because they don't know if the budget's going to change, if the contract's going to change. So I feel really bad. And I appreciate all the work that you guys have put into it. I want to ask to see the application, but I think it's going to open up a bigger can of worms, because we rely on the Housing Commission to make those decisions, and for us to now go in and be experts and understand how all these different monies go. That's why I'm really frustrated, because I know we're just going to mess this up really bad, and I'm sorry.
Mayor, if I may, I want to provide a quick point of clarification. Yes, the monies must be expended by the end of the fiscal year. However, this process from the Arizona Department of Housing allows agencies to back bill. And so we have a saving grace in our pocket to ensure that those agencies can spend those monies down. Are we still in a time crunch? Yes, we're still in a time crunch. Will 1 week kill it? No, 1 week will not kill it. I think the piece that brings me any level of comfort with the spend down is their ability to bill retroactively, consistent with their proposal, as long as they have the documentation, et cetera, to provide. And so I'm quite confident in their ability to spend that almost across the board.
Except for the accounting issue that we just passed a fiscal year ending, and in their accounting software, and I had this conversation with some of the agencies involved, will not allow them to do that. So in theory, you're right. Technically, in accounting aspect, no.
Thank you, Councilmember Matthews. It does vary agency to agency. Having worked with federal grant funds as well, where you're able to do journal entries, et cetera, but if agencies are uncomfortable doing that, that's understandable and adds to the time crunch.
Councilmember Harris.
I'm going to ask us to stop calling these pet projects or referring to our comments about one project or the other as a pet project. All of these projects are important. All of these services are needed in our community. And as I said before, we got to make some of the decisions, hard decisions. And so they're not pet projects. And that's just kind of bothering me a little bit. So however you want to change that, or you can keep using the word pet if that's what you want to do. But it doesn't sound respectful to me. Thank you.
Councilmember House.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the comment that I made earlier on the allocations of these. I also am just a little concerned about the idea of not having a further conversation on this because any of these organizations is counting on these funds, because as far as I know, the contracts haven't been presented to anyone. Has anyone been informed of the recommended allocations on this?
Only those who have tuned into the Housing Commission meetings or these meetings or viewed the documents online. Like, these are public, obviously. And then a couple folks, I think all of them have an understanding that they are to receive funds. We just don't know how much yet, or if they will at all, like that they've been recommended, but it hasn't been finally decided.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to make any decision based on the assumption that any of these amounts is what anyone was guaranteed to receive to begin with. So I am going to just look forward to the executive session and then make recommendations from there. But I'm not sure if enough people gave that same direction on the leaving those top three and then dividing the remainder. I am on board with that suggestion right now, but still wanting to have that further conversation, because I'm also in alignment with Vice Mayor's comments on just I think for me, it's the weight of knowing the different needs that each of these organizations meets and the challenge that they each face in terms of being able to meet those gargantuan needs in our community with such limited funds. Even though this is a large influx of funds for any of these organizations, it does impact them all differently. And so I think that we should not hesitate to take that additional time to have that consideration and to put that additional thought into these splits. So I look forward to that conversation. Thanks.
And I would add that some really great comments have been made tonight. And when I first saw this allocation, I too was surprised. Essentially because emergency shelter is so necessary and needed, and Flagstaff Shelter Services provides that to more than any of the other organizations, and not to say that any of the other organizations are not important. So I was surprised at first. I'm appreciative of the additional information that we were able to get tonight, because that helps me a lot. And so while I still have that reservation about the number of individuals served, I also want to respect the committee and the Housing Commission for the work that they put into actually reading the applications and scoring these. And so my position stands at I'm okay with moving forward with these allocations, and I'm also okay with taking the $56,000 and splitting it among the lower three, and by lower I just mean on the sheet. Mm-hmm. And I'm also fine with having an executive session to talk out some of these details, because obviously we do have a lot of questions, and I always want council to feel like they have the space to ask the questions and to ask the hard questions that they need to ask. So what I'm hearing is that there's not but before I do that, I'm going to ask Sterling if he has something to say.
I appreciate your comments about having that space to ask those questions. When you say those questions, I just want to make it clear for everyone.
It's legal.
Those are legal questions.
Legal questions.
Your discussion of the hard questions that aren't legal still needs to be down here next week. And I just want to make sure make sure everyone understands neither me or my team. Christina Rubalcava does a great job advising housing. As Housing said, there's still things that she needs to look at that she hasn't had an opportunity to do. That said, the executive session will provide answers to legal questions insofar as we can, but not an end-all be-all solution, nor provide a forum for you to ask or have discussions that are more appropriate for downstairs. As you all know, that's always my position. Executive session is only for the legal advice that it's gone into for. Thank you.
Thank you for making that clarification. I appreciate it. So I'm not hearing that there is a majority who is willing to say tonight, let's go with this distribution. Am I correct? I think you and I are the only two that are comfortable giving direction tonight to move forward with the allocations as stated. I think the rest of you would like to give direction after you've had some legal questions answered in executive session. Am I correct? Yes. Yes. Okay. So that's what we will do.
That sounds good. All right, so let's talk about CDBG and some of the other funds we have. So in addition to those homeless shelter and services funds, we also have additional funds ready to be allocated to our community partners or for additional city projects. So CDBG can be used internally or be awarded out to community partners. So in addition to $300,000 in ARPA funding specifically for victim services, we're going to have our annual CDBG entitlement. We don't know what that amount is, and we probably won't until April or May, and it depends on what goes on at the federal legislature. So kind of who knows, but in general, our entitlement has been decreasing, and that's due to all sorts of factors. There's more entitlements. It has not been there's been no consideration for inflation for funding and increasing that entitlement amount that the federal budget includes. So it'll probably be around 500,000 would be my estimate. CDBG does include many public input opportunities. We intend to release the notice of funding availability on January 24th. And applications will be due to the city February 26th. And so we always start off with a public meeting to kind of explain the eligible uses of CDBG, receive any public comment kind of early on, and then explain the NOFA and give folks opportunity to ask questions. That's typically attended by our agency partners. Then we have another public meeting in February where we will actually review the proposals that were turned in and eligible, and it's another opportunity for the community to give public comment. Then the ranking committee will meet in March. We'll present recommendations for allocations for both CDBG and the ARPA Victim Services funds to the Housing Commission in March as well. And then we'll come to you, Council, in April to present and request direction on the final use of the funds. And then we have to come back at a meeting to request a resolution. So we do also have a specific meeting that is to solicit input from residents who live in target neighborhoods. And so it's going to be held next Thursday at the Hal Jensen Rec Center. As you know, we do have those specific target neighborhoods that we are able to use funds for neighborhood revitalization or public facilities, specifically in Sunnyside, La Plaza Vieja, Southside, and Pine Knoll Brannon. And while we'll accept any public input at this meeting and we'll answer general questions, we're going to have planning there and pros there, housing and capital. We really feel this is a meeting that's a great opportunity for residents to provide their input on the use of the funds and really kind of let us know about needs that they have identified in their own neighborhoods, not just what necessarily city staff thinks is the need in the neighborhood. So if any of you are able to attend, we would love to have you there. And so this is just a bit of review, but I wanted to call out a few of those important upcoming dates. So we'll be back with contracts February 6th, pending direction from you all next week. And then in addition to CDBG, we'll have those ARPA victim services funds. It'll probably be like one giant NOFA with multiple, not giant before our partners freak out, but with multiple funding sources. And so it'll get ranked along with CDBG, and instead of having to ask for a resolution, we'll bring those contracts back on a consent agenda after receiving direction from you all. We also wanted to mention the upcoming point in time count. So every year HUD requires local continuums of care to undertake a count of all unsheltered individuals at a single point in time. So this year the count will take place from the 24th to the 26th of January, and volunteers will ask unsheltered individuals where they slept on the night of the 23rd. Volunteers are greatly needed, so if anyone is interested in more information, we have info on the housing section webpage on how they can volunteer. You can also contact either Catholic Charities or Flagstaff Shelter Services, who are really the leads on this project. And also just a note right before your question, City of Flagstaff employees, specifically, we're working with Stephen Thompson to have employee hours spent on this volunteer opportunity to count towards that official city goal that will earn city staff some paid time off. So that's really exciting.
Thank you. And I saw a post on social media that I wanted to ask you to help address. This is a national, the dates that are chosen for this are nationally chosen. So it's not like Flagstaff or Coconino County gets to do whatever time they want to do for the point in time. Communities across the country are going to be doing it at this time.
That's absolutely correct. And I know in past years we used to do a summer count just because obviously there's a huge difference in our unsheltered population in January versus in July. I don't know that anybody's had the capacity to do that in recent years. I think it's probably been at least 5 years since anybody's done a summer count. But it's something that I think would be really beneficial so that we can get a clearer picture of our unhoused and unsheltered population.
Thank you.
I will be brief, Council. The summer count was an informal summer count done only by our community, and we did lose capacity within agencies to complete it in a realistic time frame and way. I wanted to just give you a preview of some things coming your way, other things on the horizon, so you don't think that we're not listening or paying attention. We have been working on identifying some home sharing resources that we can potentially bring to the community, bring knowledge of them to the community. Census data shows that there is a massive number of unused bedrooms, largely in single-family homes, quite often in elderly homes, and there are some resources that can assist people in either becoming someone who is renting a room out or matching someone with a home, a bedroom to rent. So we will be bringing that your way. We are working on incorporating the 10-year plan into staff summaries, and in fact, we'll be talking to leadership about that incorporation. I think Stacy and I agreed on the 22nd. I see that coming forward into staff summaries in early February. Once we have staff on board and educated, we've done the background work necessary to do that. You will be seeing rental incentive bond program awards in time for people to use them as leverage within their LIHTC applications. Adriana did mention that we will be bringing forward the next year's housing plan, implementation plan in June. And then Justina did mention the home buyer assistance bond program. So those are some of the coming things besides next week, where we will revisit this discussion this evening for your consideration.
And one other thing that I believe that you are looking into is that we have a number of rental units that are going to be coming out of our affordable circle. They were tax credit apartments, and so they're likely to be taken out and converted to market rate. And I know that housing staff is on top of it and is looking into it. We don't know whether there are resources available to try to hold on to those, but that's going to be a big blow to our community if we do lose those affordable units.
Mayor, thank you. Yes, we are in the process of shaking couch cushions and shaking people in order to rattle loose any ideas to work to preserve those units within our community.
Thank you.
Shaking people nicely, just for ideas, not super hard.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Would it be possible, again, I don't want to look at the applications, but point in time, 2022, said that all of the balance of state, which is mainly northern Arizona, we had 433 unsheltered persons. So I'm just curious of how the calculation on all of our applicants came up with the numbers that they had. Like, what was the methodology, just to make it balance in my head?
Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, you and me both. In fact, staff is adding a question to the CDBG allocation process, essentially asking to show your work. Because some of the numbers, when you compare agency to agency, or you compare to our pit count numbers of where we're counting folks in one spot and agencies are saying they're serving a drastically different, unique number of individuals, it's not our place to say, well, they must be X, Y, and Z. So we are adding a question asking to show your work. How did you come to your anticipated service number so that we have that information moving forward?
Can we get that for this funding question that we have right now?
Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, we will make an attempt to do so. I apologize you did not see this presentation until today. We were still working on options and how things were going to work up until yesterday. And so that's on me. And I sent it to Stacy when we finished it. So my apologies for that. If we are able to do this, and Stacy's agenda deadline is tomorrow at 5, I'm not sure we can commit to having that in the packet. We will make a concerted effort to having it available. We can ask, we'll see what they submit.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes, a couple questions about the point in time count. Do they just do facilities, or do they actually walk the streets?
Mayor, Councilmember Harris, this is actually a counting of unsheltered individuals defined as residing in a place not meant for human habitation, such as streets, parks, abandoned buildings, etc. We do have teams that go out into the community actively seeking out individuals. The sheltered count is counted. We get a shelter count, but it is sheltered and unsheltered. So those numbers are reported separately. So the volunteers are really critical in being able to harness the unsheltered numbers.
Okay, all right. I just wanted that clarification.
Yes, thank you.
I don't see any additional questions or comments.
Thank you, Council. We appreciate the ability to have difficult discussions with you and are always looking for feedback and ways to refine what we're doing. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, we are moving down to item 11, Snow Hero Pilot Program Overview. Hello, Stephen.
Thank you. You're welcome. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, and community members who are in the room or online. My name is Stephen Thompson, and I serve as a supervisor within the Sustainability Division, and I'm happy to be here to give a brief overview of the Snow Hero Pilot Program. And before I dive into the slides, I do want to give a big shout out to all the folks who have contributed to the launching of this program, including community members, the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living, PROS, Parks, Rec, Open Space, that City Division, Public Works, Code Compliance, and so many others who have contributed. So just wanted to give them a good shout out. Tonight, I will be giving a brief overview of the purpose of the program, the background research that has been conducted, our approach, highlighting the phase 1, our pilot year, which we are in, and future opportunities. The primary purpose of this program is to help community members who are in need of assistance clearing their sidewalks of ice and snow. And we know this happens all the time. Community members help each other in Flagstaff, and that is something really fantastic. So this program will help connect people with resources that they may need and trying to find those gaps that we're missing currently. And it also addresses city code that talks about snow and ice removal. I'll just briefly highlight a few examples from across the country that have similar programs which help community members clear ice and snow from sidewalks. In Cedar Rapids, they have a Snow Buddies program. They also call them Snow Heroes. And this one is based on the number of volunteers available, and there is a deadline for sign up. The Denver Snow Angels program is similar, where the city matches residents with Snow Heroes or Snow Angels. This one is neighborhood by neighborhood, so there's a lot of involvement with their various neighborhood associations. In Lincoln, their Snow Angels program is a little bit different. The Snow Angels who say, hey, I want to help people, they provide their contact information and a general location of where they can help. And it's up to individual residents to reach out and make those connections. In Toledo, similar to the others, the city pairs residents with Snow Angels, and this is done on a rolling basis, so there's no cutoff time for residents to sign up. Doing that research and then bring these different groups together to tap into their knowledge and lived experiences, all these groups were able to contribute and help launch the Snow Hero program for the city of Flagstaff. And based on those conversations, we decided on a phased approach for this program. Again, we are in the pilot year, and at the end of the season, we'll be doing evaluations and assessments on the successes of the program and finding ways that we can improve it over the next several phases. How does it work? Well, residents request a service. They fill out an online form or a PDF and they submit it. And if they meet those requirements of age and or medical condition and live within the city limits, we'll try and match them with a nearby Snow Hero. And Snow Heroes, on the other side, sign up and say, hey, I agree to help a community member clear ice and snow after every single snow event throughout the winter. And then in either close by neighborhood, or if they say, I can go anywhere in town, we'll match them with somebody else. And at the end of their clearing, so say we were supposed to get snow coming up, and we have a matched Snow Hero with a resident, they will communicate back after they have completed that service. And we do ask that Snow Heroes, part of the sign-up, is agreeing to help clear ice and snow within 48 hours of the completion of the last snow event. And that allows safe travel along roads. It allows streets and public works to continue their snow operations without having other people on the road. This year, since it's the pilot year, we're trying to build capacity and really understand how this can be most effective. So we conducted targeted outreach to community members who are currently on the existing Courtesy Snow Berm Relocation List. And that's a program operated by PROS. And then we cross-referenced those people, those addresses, with all the places that had sidewalks. So there's over 100 people or 100 residents on that Courtesy Snow Berm Relocation List this year. About 73 have sidewalks adjacent. And then we sent those community members direct mailers. There's an example on the screen of the information, and it provides details about the program and how you can sign up. Just to clarify some of the differences between the Courtesy Berm Relocation Program and the Snow Heroes Program. Courtesy Berm Relocation is operated by pros, and they relocate the berm at the end of the driveway after snow plowing operations are complete. And their requirements don't have anything to do with age. It's all about medical condition, and the form submitted has to be certified by a medical professional. Snow Hero program, it's neighbors helping neighbors, and it's sidewalk focused. And then the requirements also include an age component. So if you have a medical condition that prevents you from being able to clear your own sidewalks, or if you are elderly, and these components, these requirements are based on examples from across the country. And it also really depends on if there is a nearby snow hero available. So far, we have been doing a lot of outreach, a lot of direct mailers, a lot of emails. There will be advertisements on buses, and I've been getting a lot of phone calls and emails from people who have heard about the program on different radio stations, particularly Great Circle Media. Opportunities. As we move forward, there's a lot of opportunities for increased collaboration with different community organizations and groups. There's always opportunities for improved communication, and throughout the next year and during this the upcoming budget process, we will be submitting requests for funding to help support this initiative. Okay, thank you so much for all your time tonight, and happy to answer any questions.
Vice Mayor.
Very cool, thank you. Couple questions. The first is, I'm curious, I liked the title Snow Angels that you originally had. I think that was bandied about as a potential name for the program. I'm just, my own personal curiosity, I'm wondering why that changed, if it was a religious consideration or if it was found to be confusing. And then my other question, I really like that we're doing this. I think there's a lot of organic help going on out there, but it's nice, you know, this feels bureaucratic, but that's just the nature of the beast when the city gets involved. But I'm glad that this infrastructure is being put in place. I hope it works out. I hate to, this is a great solution, so I hate to focus on problems, but I do want to ask you if you've gamed out scenarios in which we have flake volunteers, who's liable at that point for getting the job done? Also, I could see a volunteer accidentally smashing a very valuable garden gnome under the snow, and the recipient wanting compensation. What are some of the more interesting problematic scenarios that you guys have gamed out, and what are the solutions to those?
Thank you for those questions. To address the first question about Snow Angel versus Snow Hero, I really wanted to encourage people to feel like a hero, like that has a deep-seated meaning of like, I am making a huge difference right now, and it's not a other being coming to assist. It's my neighbor. It's a local community hero. And that was really the primary focus on that adjustment. So thank you for that question. And then as far as snow heroes flaking out or not completing their service as they signed up to do.
And maybe to be more constructive, maybe they're not flaking, maybe they're prevented from doing something, or they're out of town that particular weekend.
Yeah.
I just want to be more positive about it.
Yeah, everyone needs a vacation. Everyone needs to travel and enjoy time away. So what we have set up, what we have implemented in this space is asking the snow heroes who have signed up and said, I will do this. They need to first try and find another community member, another neighbor to help fill in while they're gone. And if for some reason they're unable to find someone while they're gone, then they would be reaching out to me, and I would be attempting to contact other snow heroes who have signed up. And then as far as scooping up a gnome and scooping it out. All Snow Heroes and residents sign up and they agree that there is a liability. There is a potential for loss or something like that. And that is taken on by that individual and they agree to provide that service.
And I really appreciate him mentioning that, because distinguishing between volunteers who are volunteering for the city versus somebody who has made an arrangement with their neighbor to help them out, it's a very important distinguishment for that liability perspective. And we've had our legal department, Kevin Finsel's been working closely with sustainability on this to make sure that that distinguishment continues. So referring to them as volunteers wouldn't be accurate, so to speak. Snow Heroes is best.
Thank you.
Will you be my snow hero?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
Well, I hired a snow hero for this season since we got so many comments from last year. But can we add snow sheroes to that?
I don't see why not.
Some of the ladies might want to be included in that. So, and I know some young women who can shovel some snow. So they might want to be included in that. And then the last question that I have for you is, what's our timeline? What does our policy say about when you need to have your sidewalks cleared? I thought it was 24 hours. Is it 48 hours?
Thank you for that.
Just normal.
Yeah, so in the city code, it says within 24 hours. That's what the code says. And with the Snow Hero program, the reason we're asking that within 48 hours is to allow that flexibility for our snow plowing operations to conclude or get further along. So that way we're reducing vehicles on, potentially reducing vehicles on the road that could interrupt or cause more hazards. And yeah, within 48 hours is the standard for others.
Yeah. The only concern that I have with that is that the rest of the community, the rest of the world probably don't know that you've given people that have those issues 48 hours. And so they may still be calling you to put in a complaint that their sidewalk isn't cleared. And you've told your snow angels within 48 hours. So just so that you're aware of that, there's some very persnickety people in our community.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. And that is a scenario that we discussed in different meetings, in particular with code compliance, who are the ones who would be receiving those complaints and phone calls. We will be sharing the addresses of anyone who is registered as a resident who is receiving the service, so that way they can share that with anyone who's calling or sharing frustration or a complaint. And at that time, they can also encourage them to become snow heroes themselves.
That would be nice. Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Stephen, I love the program. I've plastered it all over my social media accounts, just encouraging people. I think it's a great program. Question, we've had one snowstorm this week. Have we had any activity in the Snow Hero program?
Thank you for that question. We are still in the process of processing all the requests and matching residents. I have a lot of time dedicated tomorrow morning to be making phone calls and connecting with residents and snow heroes alike.
Look forward to hearing updates. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think one thing that's important to note, both for the public and for us, is that this includes sidewalks and not driveways. So that's just important to know. And I believe the distinction was a public right-of-way versus going onto someone's private property and removing snow. And The Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living sent the council a couple of letters, and they wanted us to direct staff to reach out to an entity at NAU. Can you talk about how that's being addressed? That you've already made that relationship with the organization?
Yes, the entity at NAU that is being referred here is well, now I'm blanking on it. It's the NAU CSV, Center for Service and Volunteerism. There we go, I remembered it. And we have, in the Sustainability Office, we have a really good working relationship with their office because they coordinate the AmeriCorps program. And we often have AmeriCorps service members serving in the Sustainability Office. And they've always shared out volunteer opportunities, workshops, educational events, things like that on our behalf. And I've already reached out to their staff to communicate out.
Fantastic. Thank you. Council, any additional questions, comments? Thank you for all your work in legal. Thank you for all your work. I appreciate that you let us all push you into outside your comfort zone.
That's what I'm here for.
Did you have anything else?
I just wanted to reiterate my thanks for all of you, all of our collaborators, and I really think this is a great example of how our community continues to be resilient and grows and builds on our existing care for our neighbors. So, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, we're at public participation, but I don't see any public participation. So then down to item number 13, informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, City Manager, future agenda item requests. I will start with Councilmember Matthews.
I have nothing tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
Nothing tonight. Oh, I do have something. I have a new puppy.
Show us.
What's the puppy's name?
Oh, wait. Let me show you right quick.
Oh. What
His
name did you
is
come up with?
Kendi. Kendi. It means the loved one.
Oh.
So thank you for that personal point of privilege.
Vice Mayor.
Those are big paws. It's going to be a big dog.
Yes.
Happy New Year, everybody. I just wanted to take a second just to mention something that I was thinking about. Call it a New Year's resolution or maybe a New Year's realization. I find that it's difficult to stay seated for the length of the amount of time that these meetings are. So with your indulgence, you might see me get up and go stand in the back during portions of council meetings just to practice being more active and being more upright. I wouldn't want to just stand up behind my desk, behind my seat, because that would be kind of weird, looming over everybody. But occasionally I may go stand back there and maybe play with the thermostat. But it doesn't mean I'm not paying attention. I'm just trying to practice being a little bit more active during these long evenings. So look forward to that over the next year. Thank you. I have nothing else right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I already told Chris Rohde that I was not done with that 2-point conversation. I would like to consider us even going so far as to write a letter to that commission. I am just really struggling with the heart behind that question. I think that it is, And just to note, it is not about the points. I am not fighting for us to get those points back. I think those should not be points to begin with. I think it is narrowly viewing the intention of the score. I think that it is making assumptions of both council and our city staff that should not be made in pursuit of equity and inclusivity for the city. And I think that it is also making assumptions of the nature of openness with someone's sexual identity or orientation that should not be made, particularly by a body that's trying to reinforce equity or inclusion. I personally have just, ever since having the conversation and even reviewing it in days prior, have been pretty livid about that point on the scoring. And I think it's something that is worth making a statement or a comment on so that they know that there are problems with how they're measuring that, and it's not okay to make those sorts of judgments based on their perceptions of what is open or who is out or how someone identifies. That just really sits wrong with me, and I want to put them on notice that that's not cool. Anyway, that is all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So next week, I'm going to be at the U.S. Conference of Mayors Conference, and I am going to try to be here at the beginning of the meeting virtually, but I land at 4:30, which is 2:30 here, so I'm going to do my best. And then also, and I can share more information about this later, but Supervisor Horstman and I convened a gathering of 8 animal rescue organizations throughout Coconino County and Flagstaff with a facilitator who has since donated her time to meet with these groups every month, and we had another meeting today. And they were asked to come up with some radical ideas for how we can address animal rescue organizations and how overstretched they are and how unsustainable that level of stress and lack of resources is. And they came up with some great ideas that I'm going to be happy to help them pursue. So we're going to be recruiting more volunteers, so you may hear me speak about this. And also, I may get to be like Bob Barker at the end of council meetings where I say, spay and neuter your pets. So just wanted to let you all know that. And that's all I have. So we are adjourned. Oh, unless, I'm sorry.
No, I just want to say thank you for the initiation tonight. And I appreciated seeing the puppy. Thank you.
All right, now we're adjourned.